Now, let me say this. Let me stretch my back. Okay. I'm sitting straight up. You know, tall brother. Sometimes we got them lower back issues. Okay. The loosey goosey. You the loosey goosey. You
All right, quick question. Thank you all so much. Microphone problem here. Hope you all doing all right. Thanks for tuning on in. Got quite a bit to get to. Let's get going here. Quick question. Undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Yeah, that was the block party. All right, everyone. I would consider this to be kind of like the grand finale to the series of videos. This is part 3. There's a couple of things I just want to kind of outline before we get into the second video. There's a third video. We'll get through all of it today. We already covered the first one. We covered part of the 5 minutes of the third one, but I thought that was a second video, second and last video. It's not. Actually, there was another video in between that. Umar took that video down from his Instagram page. I do have a copy of it. We're going to get into that video today, and it's really turned out to be. I think it's actually indicative of what could happen if Umar actually ever opened up a school. Again, I don't think he ever will. It's just a long con. It's been going on for decades now. But if he ever did, who knows what may take place at these abandoned buildings, and who knows what may happen to these children. So the video that we're going to get to today, there are children present. I blurred them out. I didn't actually watch the video. I just skimmed through to see where the children were. And then in Premiere Pro, I blurred them out. I did that for 2 videos, the 2 videos we're going to be watching today. The other thing I just want to mention, Cookie Crush Chat, shout out to the Cookie Crush Chat, Cookie Crush Chat's undefeated. The other thing I want to mention is I was able to get a better quality video of Umar when he shows the inside of the gym. And I would like to start there. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the first video, and then we'll play in the sequence, and then we'll play the second video in the gym, and you can see things clearer. And then I'll give a little bit of commentary on the third video, which is Umar outside. And then we'll get into the fourth video, which is the one in the sequence that we haven't covered yet. And then we'll get into the last video. Okay, if that makes sense, I hope this all makes sense to everyone. Shout out to the Cook Course. Thank you guys for being here. Ball Steel's here. Thank you so much. Anita's here as well. There is a poll question too. Sky's here as well. Thank you so much, Brother Lavelle. Laurie is in the building as well. Thank you so much for being here. Drew Green Soccer. Black Anonymous is here as well. Thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate you as always. Sharif is in the building as well. Plenty of other people. I figure we'll be here for like maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, something like that. Okay, so just buckle on in. And I want to, real quick, I just want to give you guys what the poll is. The poll question, and it speaks to quite a few things. I recognized something or realized something while I was downloading or while I was going through the the video where the second video where Umar is outside talking about this so-called vandalism. And that is to say that he did 3 videos where he's outside talking about the vandalism. But in the first video, he doesn't realize something very important, and he's running his mouth. And then in the second video, that's when he realizes something important, and that ties to the poll question. Let me read the poll question. Make sure you get your vote in while we're here during this live stream. And if at any point you are enjoying the show, go and hit that like button. It'll take you about 2 seconds or less, and it helps with the algorithm. Okay, our goal is always 500 likes for these live streams. The question is, should children be inside abandoned buildings with no electricity? That's the question. We have 228 votes. 94% said no, and 6% said yes. I would assume that 6% are that's just Umar Johnson followers. It could be Umar Johnson himself, although I don't think so, but it's probably Umar Johnson followers. That's the question. Should children be inside abandoned buildings with no electricity? We can actually extend this further. We can say, should they be inside abandoned buildings with no electricity and no supervision? Should they be inside abandoned buildings with no supervision? Should little girls be inside abandoned buildings? If these abandoned buildings, if people are going in and out, who's to say that there aren't other people, grown people inside of these abandoned buildings when the children are inside of these abandoned buildings with no electricity and no parental protection or familiar protection? You see where this is going? So please make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. All right. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. I want to get right on into this real quick. User 225 says, end of last night's stream, a viewer mentioned a vid. Yeah, I believe that's the video that it should be the video that I have. I have it. Okay, I have it. I did take the time to go through and blur out the children. Okay, so we're going to get into that. I would say probably, so if someone views this later, and thanks to user 225, if someone's viewing this later and you want to just skip to that part, I would say give us like maybe 15 more minutes or something like that, and we should be into it by then. I'll also, once this archives, I'll go into onto the comment section for this video, and I'll put a timestamp where we actually start with that video that you're talking about, because we didn't cover it yesterday, but it's actually the first, second, third. It's the 4th video in the sequence, but I didn't know that existed. So I was actually covering the 5th video in the sequence yesterday. So we're going to put that 4th one in its place. And then after we get to that one, we'll get to the 5th one. I hope this all makes sense. I was so confused. Thank you, user 225. And thanks to everyone too who's been supportive of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Okay, we'll keep this going. Okay, let me pull up the video from the 14th. This is from 4 days ago. This is the first video that Umar Johnson posted. It's a short clip of vandalism or alleged vandalism. This obviously is vandalism. Let's take a look.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year, vandalism has began again at the Frederick Douglass High School. As we start a new year, vandalism has begun at the Frederick Douglass High School. We haven't had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now.
And that's not true. There was vandalism that took place 2 months ago. And I showed the video the other day. Umar lies so much. Sometimes he lies for unnecessarily. I don't know why he would lie about that.
We do have cameras. I'm going to go through the cameras and find out who it is, and I will make a police report.
Okay, well, then that should have been done by now, right? Where's the update on all this, Umar? Let's keep going.
I will be sending images to the police. We haven't had any vandalism in years. And now the vandalism is back. But it will not go unchecked. It will not go unchecked, brothers and sisters.
Okay, so that's the first video. Let's go to the second video. This is a better quality video. We'll be able to see what's going on better this time around. Okay, it's a mess in there. Let's take a look. Okay. By the way, this is the large gym. Okay, I want everyone to keep that in mind. This is the large gym. Now, I just want to point a couple of things out here. There is paint. You see, there's a footprint right there where someone walked through the paint while it was still wet. You guys see this? Because I want to prove a point in just a little bit. Again, what I was saying yesterday was that this vandalism or supposed vandalism took place way before Umar decides to actually tell people that it took place. Again, this is the large gym. Umar has not shown this gym or that side of the street, the building on that side of the street, the whole building, including this large gym. He hasn't shown the inside of it in over 5 years, over half a decade. I want people to think about that. But you see the footprint there? There's paint, but then there's a footprint. So someone stepped through that paint when it was wet, right? Okay, keep that in mind. I want to go through this real quick. Here we go. There are books. Umar said 5,000. There's not 5,000 books here, that's for sure. He exaggerates things all the time. He's a pathological liar. There's desks back there from the Moyer Academy just stacked up. Okay, more books. You see that right there? Anyone want to take a guess? What is that right there? There's a CD, but look on the opposite side. You see that? Anyone want to take a guess? The other thing is, if you look at how these books are inside of this paint, they're baked into the paint. They've been sitting here. This so-called gym, the large gym, no HVAC. So when it gets hot, it's like an oven. When it gets cold, it's like a freezer. All this stuff has been subject to extreme heat and extreme cold. And with the extreme heat, that's why it appears as if these books and, it looks like books and other things too, it's baked into the floor because it's been there for an extended period of time. Yes, it's old. What's up? Shout out to James too. It's old. Umar, he just decides to show it to people now. Y'all see that thing over there? Okay. Notice how there's no paint on this CD or DVD, whatever it is. Why not? Footprints all over the place, you see? Picture frames, books, not 5,000. Suitcases, why are there suitcases in here? Many boxes, shelves, pictures and picture frames. Whose pictures are those? I'm gonna tell you right now, those are Umar's pictures. Just like those are his books. It's like people keep saying, well, why would he store these books inside of here in an unsecure building, no HVAC, no electricity? Why would he store them there? Well, that's because Umar, when he got evicted in 2019, he stored all of his belongings in this abandoned building. That's why he hasn't shown it in 5 years. These are all of his belongings. More books, picture frames. Let me go back. Yeah. All kinds of stuff stacked up back there. And if you look all the way in the background next to that yellow back there, look at all of that. I don't even understand what that is. It's like just trash stacked on top of trash. You guys see that? Way in the background. See the yellow wall? It's like the yellow padding for the gym. You see that? If you guys see that, hit the one, because I could not make that out in the other video, but seeing it here, it's like trash and it just compacted up against each other, up against the wall, stacked on top of it. It's just nuts. Yeah, he's filthy, but he has a history of this. This is not uncommon with Umar, and I'm going to prove that in just a moment. How's it going, Smitty boy, the informant media, and Joshua? Thank you for tuning on in, and loves to the Dan and Golden Child. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of trash, a whole lot of trash. See, if you look right here, these are some old speakers, like computer speakers, old ones. This is Umar stuff. It's got like a little old computer speaker. See the more pictures? Some of this stuff, I don't know what it is. It's crazy. And if you guys look right there, that's a TV. It's an old big back TV. And where have we seen that before?
Alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FD.
You see it back there? You can see the big back TV back there. And you see how there's just trash stacked up on top of trash? Just like in the large gym, trash stacked up on the trash, and in the small gym now, by the way.
G resumes at G.
There you go. See that big back TV? Picture frames.
Mail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the
See books in the background?
Process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that.
By the way, he never moved.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
He got evicted from here, and then he started traveling and living in and out of hotels and motels. Then he moved into his mama's closet. That's what happened. All right, so I just want to point these things out, that ultimately what Umar did and what he has done for the last 5 years, and really, let's go with 5 years, because he didn't get evicted out of here until towards the end of 2019. So we could say 4 years and about 10 months, maybe 4 years and 11 months. He's turned this side of the street with the abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, the large school, what he calls the large school, and the large gym. He's turned it into his own personal storage space. That's why Umar didn't want to go in there. That's why he hasn't shown it in 5 years. Yeah, it's been over 5 years. He hasn't shown it because he's ultimately turned this into his own personal storage space. And there's that TV right here. And if you look, a lot of the stuff that we see out here, this is personal belongings. Has nothing to do with a school. Here's another suitcase. More books. These are Umar's clothes. See, he puts them in trash bags and he put it all in here. And this is just the large gym. Who knows what else, where he stored other stuff in the rest of that building on the other side of the street. By the way, you guys remember when I was talking about how there was a footprint? Wouldn't we expect to see footprints coming out of the gym, going towards the door, like Umar's doing here? What I'm talking about is if when they're pouring all this paint, wouldn't we expect to see footprints like shoe prints on the floor with paint? Okay, now we're getting into the forensics aspects of this. Now, I didn't see any. There may be some. I'm looking right now. Look at this. You would definitely see some if someone stepped there, right? Yeah, we would say, but we don't, it's not there. Now, in addition to seeing this paint going all the way down, we should also see it outside too, going down the steps. And in all fairness, because I'm always fair, this could be some paint right there in that corner, but we can't see it well enough to say yes or no. The point is that if people were in here and they did all this damage, there would be plenty of footprints, full footprints leading out through the door and down the steps. Umar is claiming that this took place within the last 30 days. That paint would still be visible today, and it would also be visible outside, leading down the steps and also leading down the sidewalk. We're going to get into why I'm bringing that up a little bit later on. But I'm just want to outline these things in terms of forensic evidence. The most damning aspect of this is this big back TV. That's what Umar has done with the donors' money. I've proven, not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18, that Umar from 2019 to 2023 raised the bare minimum of $1.6 million based upon his IRS filings alone. That's it. That's all we're counting. We're not talking about 2024 or 2025. We're talking about from 2019 to 2023. The filings for 2024 should be coming out soon. And when it comes out, we'll report on it and see how much he says that he's collected. But he's telling people he collected last year. He's telling people that he hasn't even collected $1 million yet. He's been collecting money since 2014. And if we just count from 2019 to 2023, IRS filings, you guys go look this up online, $1,375,000. Excuse me, $1,618,354. I'll say it again, $1,618,354. And what he's done is with all this money, this is way more than that. Okay, I'm just going based upon from 2019 to 2023, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 5 years out of 11. $1,618,354. What he's done ultimately is turn this, the other side of the street, into his own personal storage space. And he's been homeless since the end of 2019. And there are people who still believe that Umar is going to open up schools. No. Okay. It's too late for that. All right. Okay. Let's get into this. Oh, there's a whole bunch of super. Let me get to these super chats. What we're going to do next is I just want to go through that. I'm going to pull up the video that we've already covered. Okay. And I'm going to just skim through. I'm not going to really play it. I want to add a little bit more commentary leading into the video that people were talking about yesterday. That's the one that really people have been really talking about, online and so forth. Okay, so user 22. Okay, I got this one already. Thank you so much. User 225. DD says kids are in there with no electricity and broken glass. Yeah, and who knows what else? Who knows what else? It's a crime-infested, drug-infested neighborhood. Drug addicts all over the place. Who's to say that drug addicts haven't been in there? Who's to say that prostitutes haven't been in there making that money? See, because it's what it sounds as if, and I don't know if this is true, but it sounds as if Umar is suggesting that somehow it's been open for a significant period of time, right? Within this 30-day period. So it could be 30 days while he was traveling. It could be 20 days while he was traveling, a week, whatever, right? But if that's the case, who's to say who was in there? And then we don't know who was in there when the kids were in there. There's a little girl in there too. Umar can go to jail just for that. If you have children inside of an abandoned building, glass all over the place, no electricity, black mold, who knows who else is in there, and they're going in there, and something happens, well, then the parent would only need to file suit against Umar because he's the owner of the property. He has to secure the abandoned building. That's his responsibility. He's liable. I'm talking about legally. Okay? So I just want people to think about this. If Umar can't even take care and handle this basic aspect of property ownership, why would people think that somehow he's going to open up a full school and be responsible for that? He's not even responsible to have his own residence. He's been homeless since 2019. I don't get it, D. That's all. People, you just got to put the pieces together. It's a scam. That's all it is. It's to get money out of people, nothing more. Thank you, Diazol, for super chat. Metal Siren says, is it still vandalism if you spray paint on abandoned condemned building? No, it's still vandalism. But the thing is that Umar wants to make it seem as if they vandalized something that was in good condition or that had been renovated, but that's not the case. There's some spray paint on the outside, but that's happened many times over the years. You guys, there's plenty of times there's spray paint out there. The inside of the gym, Umar's never done any renovations on that side of the street. That's why there's no electricity. He didn't even bother getting electricity turned on over there. And see, all of it makes sense now, Cookie Crush, because if we go back in time and look at the history of this, it was always interesting to me, at least, and quite kind of perplexing that Umar, he always sold people on the larger building. And when he did that video, the promo video, that's what he sold people on, because it was bigger gym, bigger classrooms, more space, so forth and so on. But once he acquires his abandoned buildings, he stopped showing them, and he hasn't shown that side of the street in 5 years. And then over the course of 5 years, he says, listen, we're only going to focus on the small school, and we're going to focus on the small gym. It's just perplexing to me, but it makes sense now because ultimately Umar recognized that he could just split the property in half, focus on the small building and the small gym, and then use the other side of the street as his own little personal storage space. Remember, he has an apartment in 2019. He gets evicted. Where's he going to put all of his stuff? He's been homeless ever since. Well, that's where he put it. He put it inside of the other, on the other side of the street. And I would propose that it's not just that gym. That's just some of the stuff. Ain't no telling how much stuff because he's a hoarder. Remember I played the video, he flipped his phone? It's a mental health issue. So who knows what else he has accumulated in addition to all of his stuff from 2019, which was a hoarder situation anyway, that he's dumped into these abandoned buildings on the other side of the street. Who knows what else he's collected over the last 6 years that he's put in there too. See, but now it makes sense. See, again, the spray paint on the exterior, not really a big deal. Even though they're abandoned buildings, that is considered to be vandalism. Now, people have suggested that Umar, he's the one that vandalized inside of the gym. I don't think so. I don't believe that. I really don't. Okay. I don't think he did it. What I think is that it's something that took place a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And that's why when you look at how the books are in there and all the other stuff, it's like caked into the floor because it's been subject to extreme heat over the course of a year. It could be 2 years. There's no telling. In fact, I didn't mention this. I mentioned it yesterday. If you look at that video footage, you'll see that there's books, there's little notepads and all this stuff that has paint on them, but then there's dust on top of the paint. How is that possible? Well, that's because it's been sitting there for an extended period of time. Okay? All right. Thanks, Metal Siren, for the super chat. User 225 says this only proves Umar Johnson hasn't been in here in ages. Yeah, well, the thing is, I think Umar knew that this was in there anyway. I think he's known it for quite some time. I just think when he got back from his travels, he had to find a way to get some money. See, he can't use the other excuses to get money, like, we got to do another paint day, or we got to do a cleanup day, or we need to get another HVAC, or we need to get some blueprints. He can't use that stuff anymore. And part of it is because in 2023, he told people that renovations were complete. See, and yet they're still not complete, obviously, but he lied to get money out of people. He can't keep using those excuses because more and more people are waking up, and more people will wake up if he uses those things. I've been telling people all this stuff anyway for a long time. Cook said, y'all know what the deal is. See, so Umar, he's especially after the Cash App gets shut down. I know we've talked extensively about that. He's really up against the wall. I said this many months ago. Right. So he has to find something. If there's some graffiti over there, let me use that as an excuse to get more money out of people, even though I'm sure there's graffiti in other places over the last 6 years that he hasn't even mentioned. Right. Well, same thing with this. I'm of the opinion that this is something that's been sitting there for a very long time. That's what I think. Right. And again, if this is fresh, if it's new, then we will not only see paint, shoe print with paint, right, all the way coming from that area, going out the door, going down the steps, and going down the street with the amount of paint that's all over the place. Is that what we see? I didn't see it. See? We'll get to the video because you'll see the steps. We'll get there. All right. Thank you, user 225 for super chat. King Flu says my school got vandalized. Hit the yeah. Anyone, listen, I got my Cash App down below. My school got vandalized yesterday as well, but that's what Umar does. He has to come up with something, and he'll tell people. He can't say Cash App anymore because I got shut down, but he'll tell people to get on their PayPal. I'm sure he's going to do it in this video. Well, maybe he won't, but it's more than likely that he will. Okay, thanks, King Flu. Sal says Jose did all the damage for non-payment. Brother Jose did all that damage for non-payment. No, it wasn't Brother Jose. Don't put that on Brother Jose. Brother Jose is a good guy. He really wanted to help Umar. Umar, when it came time to handle the business, Brother Jose asked about how much money Umar was going to pay him. Umar, he wouldn't answer and just hung up on poor Brother Jose. I heard Brother Jose, he's still waiting. He's trying to, I heard he was going to go up there. Not just to see if he could find Umar to see what the next step is, because Umar's not answering his phone anymore for Brother Jose. Okay. Thanks, Al, for the super chat. User 225 says, does Umar Johnson not realize this mess discourages donors? I think it does for some who use critical thinking skills, but then others who've been manipulated by Umar, emotionally manipulated, because he's a master manipulator, they'll be more inclined to donate to him because it's another obstacle. So they got to send money so that Umar can overcome that kind of thing. That's why he's doing this in the first place. He knows that, because there's been plenty of other times where things have happened and you'll see Umar, he'll say, you know, yeah, in order to get this done, you know, now we need more money and it's going to cost more money, blah, blah, blah. But that's just, he needs more money to continue to scam. This is right out of the Umar Johnson playbook. He's been doing this for, specifically for since he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington for 6 years. That's crazy. 6 years and 4 months. But altogether, he was telling all kinds of stories back in the day, going back to 2014. The CIA, the FBI, they're trying to stop me from getting St. Paul's. I heard they put in a bid. It's a closed bid. You don't know who put in the bid. And now all of a sudden they're interested. You should see all the types of stories that Umar was telling. So make sure you donate so that we can get, yeah, same thing. He's been doing this for such a long time. Thanks, User 225. Also, User 225 says, Umar Johnson really wants us to think it was pristine before. That's part of the selling aspect of this. He wants people to think, and you can see, in fact, one of the things we couldn't see, at least I couldn't see, I don't know, you guys may have been able to see it, but I could not see in the video that we covered when we covered this yesterday, all the way in the back, there's that yellow padding, gym padding. Yeah, this is crazy. Look at this. Trash in here. My goodness, this is nuts. I'm sorry. Look at this. See, that's baked into the floor. That's not recent. I mean, even the books that have paint on them, if you look, they have dust on top of them. But let me scroll back right here. This right here, it really, if you look way back there towards the back, there's trash bags and boxes and stuff. Umar wants to make it seem as if it was pristine. No, it never was. Look at that. I don't even understand why he would have all of this stuff in here like this. And then look right there. I mean, that's all trash and stuff stacked on top of each other. I don't know. I just cannot call it. It goes all the way down the wall. And who knows what else, you know, inside of this side of the street, what's going on over here. So yeah, it was never pristine, but Umar wants to make it. He's going to try to make it seem that it was. Again, I don't see footprints coming out of here. I just don't see it. All right. Okay. Thanks, User 225. The most hoarding scholar. Yeah, he's a hoarder. It's a mental health issue. It's a mental health issue. We've talked about that. Umar has quite a few. I think everyone has something, you know. But with Umar, it's serious, like really, really serious. And the hoarding aspect, he's comfortable living in filth. He's a pathological liar. When he flips the phone and shows the filth that he's living in, he doesn't own up to it as a man. He starts making excuses, which is what Umar does. I'm in the process of moving. He never moved to Wilmington, Delaware. He ended up getting evicted from this place. See, this is a mental health issue. It's not. Well, I should just say it's not uncommon to see this from someone like Umar, and then you see another representation of this inside of the gym because it's still Umar. See, this is mental health, and you can, if you look, what he's done is he just stacks things up on the side, and then he leaves a little walkway down the middle. Watch, you'll see it, and just see how there's just a little walkway down the middle, but there's trash and stuff stacked all the way up to the wall, including that big back TV. Look at that. So yeah, this is a mental health. He's a hoarder. He doesn't know how to let things go, and he'll hold on to things, and then instead of owning up to it as a man, he just starts lying and making excuses. Yeah, it's a mental health issue. Thank you, Derek. Black Wolf gifted a membership. Thank you, Black Wolf. If everyone can thank Black Wolf for gifting the membership, and whoever received that membership, make sure you thank Black Wolf. Okay, I appreciate it. And then Smitty Boy says, seems like he was saving this sob story for a Hail Mary to get more money out of folks. You can see this from a mile away. Yeah, I agree. See, I think that it was like that, and it's been like that for a significant period of time. It could be a year. It could be a year and a half. Who knows? It could be 2 years. I mean, it really could be. Again, he was evicted back in 2019. We're talking 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, at least that 5 years right there. And then we're into 2026, 2025. So 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. and we're into 2025. So 5 years, bare minimum, 5 years of this stuff sitting in there. Who knows at what point where it was that this damage took place, or this vandalism took place. Okay, again, people speculated it's Umar. I don't think it is Umar. It could be, yeah, but I don't think it's him. Thank you, Smitty Boy, for being a member. Okay, let's get going here because I want to get into the video for today. This is the first video where Umar starts to talk about the vandalism. We already covered this a couple of days ago. I just want to pull this up, and I just want to figure out how long he was talking. Okay, so let me pull this up. Okay, he starts drinking. Okay, and I'm just skipping through. This video goes for 18 minutes and 3 seconds. Can someone in the chat room just type in 18 minutes? We also watched where the lady called in, so forth and so on. The other thing I just want to acknowledge here is that when Umar's talking in this video, he does not seem upset about this so-called vandalism. And I'm going to propose that the reason why he's not upset, really upset about it, is because it's not new. Okay, this is the vandalism that took place who knows how long ago. But like Smitty Boy is saying, he's using this as a Hail Mary. He needs money. Okay. And so 18 minutes, if someone can type that inside the chat room. I want people to remember that as we continue with the second video. So let's get to the second video here. Here we go. And thanks everyone for all the super chats. I appreciate it. As always, thank you. Thank you, Virgo. 18 minutes, 1803.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism.
Swag-o-nito.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism.
Yeah,
peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, coming to you live and direct from the most
yeah, you're right, Barry. 18 minutes of BS.
Honorable Frederick Douglass and the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey Academy. I got some bad news for my FDMG donors.
Here we go.
I got some bad news for my FDMG donors, but we still going to end it on a positive note, brothers and sisters. First of all, I want to say to my neighbors here in Wilmington, Delaware, I'm very disappointed.
Here you go.
To my neighbors here in Wilmington, Delaware, I'm very disappointed. And the reason I'm disappointed is not because of the vandalism. It's not because of the graffiti. It's because I was gone for about a month and nobody called me.
Month. They don't know you up there, Umar, and it's not their job to be going through your trap bad nose to see what's going on. Here you go. He has to blame someone. So he's blaming the people that live out there. This guy told you he's a narcissist. That's real talk. We disappointed in you, Umar, this month. We disappointed in you, Umar, this month. How's it going, everybody? He really, Alika, he really is. He ain't got no sense that, okay, let me hold myself accountable. It's everybody else's fault. What's up, 100% man, 100% real man? Yeah, the school ain't open. We disappointed. Real talk. Thanks, Sebi. Smitty Boy says Umar looked like a kid cuisine TV dinner. What? A what? A kid cuisine TV dinner brownie. I don't even know what that is. All right. Thanks for a super chat, Smitty Boy. Yeah, no accountability. None. But that's Umar. What's up, Umar? 28 days later, looking. Let me get going because y'all got me blown off already. Here we go.
Nobody texted me, nobody inboxed me, and nobody emailed me the fact that our high school had been broken into.
Well, listen, that's not anyone else's responsibility, Umar, unless you had security up there, but you don't.
Nobody said a word. I had to learn.
Umar wants some butter biscuits. Let me get out that chat. I'm going to stay out of there because I get caught up.
Learn of this on my own. On my own.
Well, good. Big Papa, you 50. What you think? Someone else is going to hold your hand? Like you a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old child?
I got back last night, stayed in Delaware so I could come and check the post office and come.
No, you stayed in Delaware because your mama wouldn't let you stay in that closet. That's why. Cut it out. and you homeless. Goofball.
Come check on the school, and what do I find? That they broke into the high school. What do I find? That they vandalized my private book collection of more than 5,000 books.
There were not 5,000 books over there, Umar. Cut it out.
That I've been collecting most of my life.
Okay, you 50. That's not a big accomplishment. Cut it out. Why don't you have these books stored at your apartment or at your office? You are a school psychologist, right? Well, you don't have a house, you're homeless, and you don't have an office because you're unemployed since 2010, 2011, bummy bum. Listen, let me tell y'all something. I don't understand this. This is one thing I don't understand. Just the book situation alone, 5,000 books. Why would you store 5,000? It ain't 5,000. We always exaggerate. Why would you store $5,000 of 5,000 books inside of a building that has no HVAC? There's no heating, no cooling. There's no electricity. It's filthy in there. The building has been literally abandoned for 10 years now altogether. 6 years since Umar acquired them, 4 years prior to him acquiring with the new Moyer Academy. 10 years. Why would you do that? If it's so valuable, wouldn't you want to have it in a safe and secure place? Like maybe your home? See, I want people to just, come on. See, we get to get the wheel spinning up here. Well, he's been homeless since 2019. Where you going to store it in your mama's closet? Ain't enough room to store an alleged 5,000 books. No, that's not going to happen. Right? Okay, well, Umar, you're in 2025, you're telling people that you're a school psychologist. You've also told people that you have a private practice. Where are you providing services? You have to have a location. Where at? It can't be at your mama's closet. You would have to have an office, right? Okay, but why don't you store these books, these 5,000 books in that office? Well, because you don't have an office. You don't even have a home. And you're not a school psychologist and haven't been since 2010, 2011. You've been a homeless bum. And you've been unemployed, haven't worked consistently since 2010, 2011. So just the book situation alone for people who are kind of on the fence with this Umar thing, understand that Umar, he's a pathological liar and he misrepresents himself over and over again as a school psychologist. He's not. That he's working in the school system or with charter schools or even in private practice. He's not. Have you ever seen Umar inside his office? Have you ever seen Umar live stream inside his office? No, you haven't. Think about it. I do have one picture of Umar sitting at a desk. I don't know if it's his office or not. There's no indicator that it is. All right. I think it was from 2014. Okay. But I have yet to find any record online or otherwise of Umar operating as a professional beyond the year of 2010, 2011, where he's working as a professional, whether that is in a school, in private practice, charter school, public, what have you. That's because he hasn't worked consistently since 2010, 2011. And he doesn't have an office in 2025. He's not a school psychologist in 2025. He claims to be a therapist. He's not a therapist in 2025. He claims to be doing evaluations of children in 2025. He's not doing evaluations, none of that. He doesn't even have a certification, an active certification as a school psychologist or any type of psychologist or any professional certification whatsoever in 2025. He doesn't have any license. He's never had any licenses. But he misrepresents himself and people buy into illusion. But the book situation in and of itself is enough for anyone with a critical thinking that has critical thinking skills to recognize that this guy is a fraudster. All right. Before we move on, let me see here real quick. We got Black Wolf says, if Umar put the community first and actually put in community work for these kids in the neighborhood, these buildings wouldn't be vandalized at all. Yeah, but he never made inroads in that community. These kids don't know who Umar is. They don't know who he is. The people in that neighborhood, they don't know. Okay, well, they probably see Umar as like someone who's like a mentally disturbed person who's out there yelling and screaming and shouting in the street. And there's plenty of people, I'm sure, in that area that does that. That they're, Umar has never made any inroads into the in Pennsylvania. He has never made any inroads in Wilmington, Delaware to this day. He hasn't even thrown any events outside of 2 parties, what he called block parties. But other than that, he hasn't done any community service out there. A book bag drive for the kids, you know, a turkey drive for Thanksgiving, a Christmas present drive for the kids. It's impoverished out there. I'm talking about hood. We haven't seen Umar do any of that. He hasn't set up a sports league, even though he's told people that he would. It's been 6 years and 4 months. You don't mean to tell me that after raising bare minimum $1,618,000, $1,618,354 that Umar couldn't come up with some money to put together a sports league for the children up over there. You know what's really sad too, Black Wolf, and I haven't talked about this in a long time. This idea of putting the community first and working with these children and so forth and so on. Umar has not provided any services to these children. He continues to collect money for a school that does not exist. Not one Black child has been educated. But see, there's also this other issue of opportunity costs. A lot of people don't know this, but when Umar purchased these abandoned buildings, during that time period, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, they were doing an assessment of that area in Wilmington, Delaware. It's called the Brandywine District. And there's a report, we've covered it. Other people have covered it too. Understand that these abandoned buildings were classified as brownfield catalyst sites. A brownfield site is like, you know, it could be a building, it could be a tract of land. I mean, it can even be a storage facility. I mean, anything that's sitting on the ground, or it could be in the dirt, actual dirt. A brownfield is if there's chemicals or if there's toxic substances that are harmful to human beings, this type of thing. So, for instance, if the EPA went in and they went by and there's a stream going through and they checked out the water and it's contaminated with all kinds of stuff, and if people swallowed it, they would get sick and even worse, right? They would classify this area as toxic, and in some cases they'll classify it as a brownfield site. If there's an area where there's chemicals that have seeped into the soil, and there may not even be a building there, but there's chemicals that seeped into the soil, they would assess that, and then if it's toxic to human beings, they will say, hey, listen, this is a brownfield site. And then there are also what they call brownfield catalyst sites, and these are sites that can cause further contamination to other sites. Well, guess what? These abandoned buildings were classified as brownfield catalyst sites. And what the EPA, watch this, what the EPA suggested that the city of Wilmington do was to demolish these buildings. Yeah, people ever wonder why he got these properties for so cheap? Allegedly $400,000. He said a little more than that, $425,000. It's a bad investment. These shits are still sitting up there 6 years and 4 months later. Not one child's been educated. Toxic in the first place. This is the EPA. You guys can look this up yourself. I'll put a link. I mean, I can actually pull it up. We've covered it in the past. EPA Brandywine District. It's called an area-wide plan. Area-wide plan. Let's see if it pops up right away. It may not. Oh, and then put in PDF at the end. And there's a couple of these, but the one that this is it right here. Here, I'm going to go ahead and put this in here. I mean, I could pull it up. It's just that, well, you know, here, I'll just do it real quick. Okay, y'all, if you can give me 3 minutes on this, so we can get back to the video, because I really want to stay on task today. But I'm coming back to this point here. Let me pull this up. Here is a. Why isn't it allowing me to? Hold on one second. What is this doing? Okay, here we go. Yeah, you can download it as well. I'm actually in the browser, my Adobe, because I have this host Adobe suite. Okay, so here, let me do a screen share for you guys. And I'm going to tie this all back around. This is going to be important too as we get into this video where the children are up there. Let me do a screen share. Remember, I was talking about opportunity costs. Umar, he's had these abandoned buildings now for 6 years and 4 months. Okay, hold on. Is it going to let me do it? It's not letting me pull it up. Give me 1 second. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, Black Wolf, I'm going to tie this back to what you're saying in just a moment. Okay, so this is the document that I put the link inside the chat room. Here, let me put in here if you guys want to go look it up yourself. And take some time to read through this. I mean, there's one section that is the most important section as far as I'm concerned. But Northwest Brandywine Riverfront, U.S. EPA, that's Environmental Protection Agency Brownfield Area-Wide Plan, Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, see this red right here? These abandoned buildings are somewhere around here. I think it's over here. But anyway, so this gives, it's a, how many pages is this document? 85 pages. And I'm just going to scroll through, and I want you guys to tell me if you see anything. See here, catalyst brownfield sites. Uh-oh, what's that? Do you see that? Let me read this to you. The Moyer School property. This complex of buildings is located on 2 separate parcels divided by 17th Street. The school is closed and the buildings are vacant, boarded up, and blighted. Portions of the property were previously owned by Hercules Inc. I've done research into this going back decades. A chemical business, which included the largest of the 3 buildings. Okay, notice it says 3 buildings. Does it say 4? This is a government agency. Does it say 4 buildings? No, it says 3 buildings, but Umar has to say 4. Umar is telling people too that these were built renovated from the ground up. No, they were not. These were Hercules Inc. chemical business. These were chemical. They produce munitions. I've done all the research. You know, like to create bombs and ammunition and artillery shells, that kind of stuff. And under these buildings, that's why even to this day there's no what do you call that? There's no basement on either side of the street, because instead of basements there were these large chemical storage tanks. You know, like the tanks that they have at gas stations. Horrible investment. Although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. Okay, I want you guys to think about that, because nothing has changed up there and on that side of the street. All right, let's go back. Let's look at when this document, it was drafted March 26, 2019. Okay, this is a little over a month after Umar acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. You guys see this? Excuse me, it's a month after, I should say, a month after Umar Johnson acquired these abandoned buildings, and Umar hasn't done anything on that side of the street. Talking about where the large, what he calls a large school, which is 1 building. And that's the picture that you see right there, right? He calls it the high school. There are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club, which is next door. Here we go with the opportunity cost. That long-term proposal, including raising the existing buildings for a new outdoor recreational facility associated with the club, giving them, excuse me, one continuous campus. So what's being said, and I apologize, that the long-term proposal is to raise, which means to demolish. They suggested, this is the government, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, saying, listen, we suggest that you acquire these abandoned buildings that are considered to be brownfield catalyst sites, demolish them, and then build an outdoor recreational facility associated with the Boys and Girls Club. Okay, and then what would have happened? What would have happened is that those children in that neighborhood, they would have had a brand spanking new recreational facility on both sides of that street for their benefit and for the community's benefit. But listen, look what it says. In mid-March 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of this site recently changed. Okay, that's Umar. Due to this recent property transfer coordination with the new property owner, due to the attention of the city that the ownership of the site recently changed. Okay, I apologize. Due to this recent property transfer, coordination with the new property owner is not reflected as part of the area-wide plan. Excuse me. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions, and no formal plans have been submitted to the city for the property. Any new plans for this property can be incorporated into future development, and we do note that this is a vision plan and nothing is set in stone as to what may actually happen with any of the ideas expressed through this lengthy planning process. All right, so two things here. Number one is brownfield catalyst sites. Nothing has changed. Umar has not done anything on that side of the street, and this is the same side of the street where this so-called vandalism took place, and where allegedly children are inside of there. What, 4 days ago? So this report comes out in 2019. Here we are now, 6 years later. Nothing. Umar hasn't, and we saw the condition of the interior of that gym, right? And children are in there. EPA said tear these shits down, both sides of the street, back in 2019, because they're brownfield catalyst sites. The other thing too, real quick, getting back to what you were saying, Black Wolf. Community, providing services for the children. I want people to understand something, that what Umar has done is he's opportunity cost. The opportunity that would have been potentially presented to the community out there with the new facility, sports complex, as it were, that would be attached to the Boys and Girls Club, who's already been providing services to the children out there, but who benefits now from this sports complex in that community? Well, all the children that live in that neighborhood, they benefit from it. Umar took that away. Opportunity costs. Not only did he take it away, but he has provided nothing to replace it, to benefit that community, let alone these children out there. I want people to really think about that, because it goes to show you where Umar's, I don't mean to say it like this, but where Umar's heart is. It's not about these children. It's about Umar continuing to get money. That's all it is, right? And you're right. Let's say if Umar provided services for this community over the last 6 years, then the community would have, made sure to do their part to keep it clean, not throw trash, make sure it's not being vandalized, so forth and so on. But Umar, he hasn't done anything, and he doesn't have any inroads in terms of the community out there, grassroots or otherwise, in Wilmington, Delaware. He's traveling all over the world, all the time. He's rarely up there. Okay? 6 years in counting. Thanks, Black Wolf. Black Wolf also says most of those were Jet magazines. Umar's second 80s. I ain't gonna lie. My uncle, he used to have the Jet magazine. I used to look at the Jet magazine back in the day. They used to have what they called I think it was called the Beauty of the Week. We're gonna leave it right there. Younger people are like, what's Jet magazine? It was the actual magazine. Wasn't they little small ones too, right? It wasn't like a big one, right? I thought they were like little like that. Anyway, that a long time ago. Thanks, Black Wolf. A lady says no ring type camera so he can see FDMG 24/7. Dumb. Yeah. So simple. And there's no excuse, because he's had these abandoned buildings for 6 years and 4 months. So there's no excuse for that. That should have taken place from the beginning. Like I said, not to rehash, but what he should have done to start was he should have erected a fence all the way around, so that no one could get to inside, period. And then put mesh on it so that people can't even look in to see what's going on inside. He should have done that from the beginning. Then cameras on the corners, cameras leading into the door, and then cameras on the once you get in, camera right there, any access point to have camera, any hallway where people would have to walk through, and then have it attached to his phone. And then when the sensor is activated because of motion, Umar gets an alert and he can just go on his phone and go see. It's that simple. Okay. Listen, he acquires the trap bands in 2019. The technology was there long before that. Umar, he's not hip to that. He's not. Technology, he's so antiquated when it comes to technology, but it also goes to show you that he's not a good steward of these properties, obviously. Here we are, 6 years and 4 months later. Thanks, lady. Good point. Good point. Dr. Sabi says the books are his books that he sells in horse. Listen, I'm going to say this, Dr. Sabi. I highly doubt Umar was storing his own, the books that he's written in there. I highly doubt that. See, because that represents money. And he can slang those. He'll sell. I shouldn't say it that way. He can sell those, right? He probably has those at his mama's house, or he just orders them before an event. He'll order, 28 copies. That's what he always says. I'll have 28 copies, 25 copies, whatever. That's what I think he probably does. I highly doubt he actually stores his own books that he's written there. What he stores is all of them books that he had. Remember, he had the Pan African Library, probably got some of those books in there, and then the books that he had where he flipped that phone, those books there, but it's not 5,000. Okay, this is Umar exaggerating. Okay, but for sure he stored items that he's been hoarding. He stored those items for sure, including that big back TV. Thanks, Dr. Sebi. Smitty Boy says 5,000 Sudoku books. Sudoku books don't count, Umar. Try again, sir. Yeah, Umar probably have old King Kong comics in there. You know, he counts them as books. All right, let me stop. What else? No, let's not go. Let's not get going. Thanks, Smitty Boy. Daryl says, what's the official address, not the P.O. Box, the street address? I haven't. I'm not going to give it here. I've given it in the past. But if you go, you can actually, I don't even know if it's still up there on Google. Let me see. Let me go and look, because Google Maps used to bring up FDMG Wilmington, Delaware. Let's see if it still comes up. No, it doesn't. The Moyer Academy comes up. Yeah, just look up the new Moyer Academy, and you'll see the address right there. It's the new Moyer Academy. That's the school that was there prior to Umar acquiring. They closed down in 2014. The second time they closed down was in 2014, and then Umar he acquires the abandoned buildings in 2019. But it was called the new Moyer Academy. So you can type that into Google, and then look under Google Maps, and it'll come up. You'll see it right there. The Boys and Girls Club is right there too. It's right next to it. Okay. And the address it'll be there too. All right. Thanks, Daryl. James says a woman from Delaware called Umar while he was away. In the new Baba David video, he talks in detail about this call. She's from a black organization out there in Delaware. This organization isn't happy with Umar at all. Okay, James, I do have, because you and shout out to James. I do have. Let me see, because this may be the video. Let me know. I'll look in the chat room if this is the video, because maybe we can get together tomorrow and get to that. Let me go to 2025. This folder right here. Yeah, well, I have the video where he's talking about Elon Musk's father. The debate. Is that the video you're talking about? Yeah, that's this one right here.
Dre is going to talk to us today, but I want to start out the show.
Until 9 p.m., Dr. Umar will keynote at 6 p.m.
I've been to the Adam Clayton Powell Center there.
Prestigious Oxford Union to debate Errol Musk, the father.
I know it's very hard to fill up those shoes, but you sure is striding them. So how did
he sound like a runaway slave?
People coming into Africa oppressed from their bootstraps. The biggest lie white people ever told black people is you got to work
James,
your
is this
way
the
up
video?
from the bottom of private
Just
capital.
type it in the chat room. I'm looking right now.
Said, create our own credit union first, en route to accept the Negro himself.
Boy, are we doing it.
Colonialism. In other words, he said, are you ready to debate Elon Musk's father tomorrow? Would have been much better prepared. And if I'm going to say then,
this is it.
2 months ago, that y'all been publicizing and advertising all over Europe, and you never bother to tell me who I'm debating. I have to
You're always complaining about something.
Find out from students at another university 2 hours away from you. But I still enjoyed it. It was lovely. You know, I was honored to be there.
Okay,
the
this is the
students
video.
absolutely loved me. It was just a great experience. I would have made my debate much more particular. Great. Of course, before I went to Oxford, I was at UCLA, lecturer in American history. I don't know if there's anyone who's ever been more popular than
Living in your mama closet.
Simply saying, when it comes to being loved and appreciated and invited.
Yeah, they must have cut that part out because this is
out of you, and they made a fool out of those.
Okay, I'll try to find it.
And this is no knock on.
I'll try to find it during this live stream as we're going through these videos, and then if I'm able to find it, we can get into it tomorrow. Thanks, James, and thanks for all your help too. I appreciate it. I really do. Thanks for super chat. Arrogant Pupil Podcast says he's asking for $100,000 for the electric work. What? I don't know. That sounds crazy. He's just trying to get money. I haven't seen that part. Maybe it's the video that we're going to be getting into. I'm not surprised. It's just 100,000. That seems kind of crazy. Why would you purchase these trap bundles for $425,000? And just I don't know, what is he talking about? The other side of the street? It's 100,000 just to do the electricity. It don't make no sense. Nah. Anyway, he's just trying to come up. That's all it is. Money grab. Thanks, arrogant people. And then Dr. Sabi says, look at Juneteenth Atlanta. He had boxes of those books. Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah. But see, when he has speaking, he gets a big following. And when he goes down to Atlanta, there's a lot of people that show up. So that's probably why. He'll print books in advance, and that's not uncommon. But the point is that he doesn't really have a place to store them. I mean, where's he going to store them at? What, FDMG? I guess. Right. Okay. And Upta says, Umar's going out in a hotel, motel, bando, or mama's closet. Imagine he's going out in a hotel, motel, a bando, or mama's closet. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Hotel, motels. He's been living in and out of hotel, motels since 2019, because that's when he got evicted the last time. He hasn't had another own residence since. He up there at these abandoned buildings. He stored all of his belongings. I'm sure there's been times where he slept up there. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure there's times where he slept inside of a rental car. I would not be surprised by that at all. And then, of course, he always returns back to his mama's closet. The mama's closet is when things really get bad. It's going to get there. It hasn't happened yet since he's been back. At least he hasn't live streamed there. But see, it's a catch-22 for Umar. He has to live stream in order to beg for money. And if he doesn't have his own place, he's going to end up live streaming inside of his rental car. He's going to live stream out of a hotel, motel room. He's going to live stream out in front of these abandoned buildings, or he's going to live stream inside of his mama's closet. Watch. See? And then when it starts getting cold, we'll see him inside of mama's closet more. And then you also see him start begging to get speaking engagements that are further south where it's warmer. I mean, basically, he's a hobo. He's an international hobo. That's all it is. Thanks, Upso, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Okay, we got to get going here, okay? Because I told myself we was going to stay on task today, and we got a little blowed off, but that's okay. Let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Rare books, supplies for our children, clothing for our children.
No, Umar, those were your clothes. Why would you be storing clothing for the children inside of bags, inside of a building that has no heating or cooling, no HVAC, no electricity, where it's filthy, dust all over the place? Why would you store children's clothes in there? No, those are your clothes. And then why would you just throw them inside of it's like a rummage sale, looking like a swap meet and shit? Why would you store that inside black bags? You wouldn't do that. No, those are your clothes, Umar. Well, you are a child, so anyway, yeah. But you see that he lies so much. That's his stuff.
Things we can use for the Frederick Douglass and.
I guess that also means that big back TV that was in your apartment. That's for the kids too. No.
Marcus Garvey Academy, and nobody from Wilmington called me and said, Doc, I think the high school has been compromised.
Yeah, you're right.
Let me answer a question right now, brothers and sisters.
You're right. See, Umar thinks it's okay because that's how he lives. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Answer a question. Some people are saying we thought you had security. We do on the Marcus Garvey Elementary School. We do on the Nat Turner John Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium. We do on our corner storage building. We have security on that side.
See, the corner storage building, that I guess he thinks that's the fourth building. I don't know.
Of the building. We have surveillance. We have up-to-date security system. If they do anything over there, the police will be on their ass within seconds.
Cut it out, Umar. Will you cut it out? Stop. Please stop. What's up, Brian? What's up? What's up, East B? Back on Nito. We don't. I know, but he gotta lie. He always lying. Why he always lying, Bougie Barbie? He lies so much. This gotta be lying. Don't do that. But Boo, don't do that. That's you take it too far. Don't do that. I'm just in my mind. In my mind, I'm seeing Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey doing security. I don't know. Why you do me like that? Right when I saw that, I just could see it in my mind. And then, Frederick Douglass's white rifle's up there being a Karen and shit. She up there being a Karen. What was her name anyway? Because he was a bunny hopper. Frederick Douglass, second wife. Helen Pitts. Okay. Helen Pitts. She doing the security. Okay. That's enough. Well, Cooker says, wow. Whew. Does anyone know what happened to Leon that Nappy Yankee talked to? I don't know. I was looking for that video yesterday. I just couldn't find it. Yeah. Leon was the guy that Umar hired to watch over the buildings, and he would just sit outside in a chair. It was really bad. I mean, really bad. I just couldn't find the video. I apologize. Still ain't got rid of this call. Thanks for being here, Black Wolf. Shout out to Black Mario. All right. Yeah, we do. Okay, let it play so I can get myself together. Also says maybe Tiff vandalized FDMG. Yeah, she could do it. Cause she could be real mean. I can see her doing something. No, I ain't gonna throw that out there. I ain't gonna do that. I'm just going along with the story. maybe Tiff the Griff vandalized FDMG, or maybe Leonor Beaver started tweeting books. Yeah, it was gnawing the wood, all that. They love doing that. Them beavers, they wild. Okay. They love them. All right. I really shouldn't be laughing, y'all. That's the problem. 5,000 books of King Kong. No. We not gonna do that. That's crazy. Boy, y'all tripping. Sometimes y'all be taking stuff too far. I gotta change this battery out before it go out. Let me do that right quick. If y'all don't mind, I'm gonna mute my microphone. What I'll do, let me play this. I'll be right back.
For the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy, and nobody from Wilmington called me and said, Doc, I think the high school has been compromised. Now, let me answer a question right now, brothers and sisters. Let me answer a question. Some people are saying we thought you had security. We do on the Marcus Garvey Elementary School. We do on the Nat Turner John Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium. We do.
All right. Dare also says, do we know what the buildings are worth now in this economy? Is he making these little fixes so it builds some equity for when he eventually sells? There's people who have speculated, and I have too, on this, that's his goal, because they're doing a lot of gentrification in that area. In fact, the EPA report is part of all of that. They were coming in to assess what needs to be changed in that area, the Brandywine district, what needs to be improved, what buildings should be demolished, and then they gave suggestions on what they should do with the land. But in that area, there's a lot of gentrification that's taking place. So there are people that I have too way back in the day that Umar, his goal may have been simply to acquire these abandoned buildings, fix them up. Well, really, I would say, Daryl, that his objective is to hold on to them as long as possible and just keep getting money out of people. But at a certain point, when he can no longer hold on to them, and it could be for different reasons. One could be that the money just runs dry. People are and I have a sense that has occurred over time anyway. He's not making the type of money in 2025 that he did back in 2015 for sure. I have him on record saying that he was averaging $100,000 a month. That's what he said. I can play it for you guys. That's crazy. I've also heard him say $500,000 over the course of a year, which, and if you do the calculations, it was actually about a year and a half, but he says a year, $500,000. He's not making that type of money these days. So it could be well, Umar, he wants to hold on to it as long as possible because money still comes in, even though there's no actual functional school, and people are sending money. And then every once in a while, he gives the illusion of progress to get people inspired to send more money. But then if things really get bad to where the amount of money that's coming in, it doesn't justify Umar continuing with the charade, he could just simply sell these buildings and he would sell them at a profit. He would. And it's not because he's done anything extraordinary over the last 6 years and 4 months in terms of improvements and renovations, because he hasn't. Right? It would be because of the property value going up due to gentrification that's taking place in that area. Okay, it's still a bad area. I'm just saying that if you guys go back and you look on Google Maps and you can go back in time and you go back as far as you can and just scroll around that neighborhood and then bring it to 2025 and then scroll around the neighborhood, you'll see that there's some areas where they've rebuilt things. You know, you can tell there's new buildings. You can tell they've done extensive renovations. I mean, it's still a bad neighborhood. That don't get me wrong. I just want people to understand that there is gentrification going on. Umar knows that. He's talked a lot about gentrification. It could be that is what his end goal is, that when it really gets bad, sells the properties and then take the money. And even if it's not at a profit, it doesn't matter because he doesn't have any skin in the game. It's free money in essence. Let's say if he sold them for $380,000, even though he purchased them for $420,000, well, that's $380,000. Umar can just take that money, go over to Africa, and he calls it a day. Oh, I'm going to go over there to go open up a school over there, and I can just use the money that I have when I sold these to over there, and the conversion rate. So I'm going to be making a whole lot. I have a whole lot more. See, that kind of thing. So we're going to have to wait to see. But in my mind, he's going to hold on to them as long as he can, and as long as the donations can justify him holding on to them. Right? Thank you, Daryl, for the super chat. Did I get to everyone? SJ, how's it going? SJ says he's not spending that donation money on that school. Something ain't right. No, he's not. He's not. If we go back and we go look at the tours that he gave back in 2019, and then look at videos that he's shown, and he hasn't really shown many tours this year. But you look at videos. One video that's really interesting is Maria was in there, and you look at where things were at in that video. Not much difference. In fact, I would propose that they actually look worse, especially with the paint job that he's done. And I know that's more. I don't mean to be petty, but it's more cosmetic. But I'm talking about things that really would matter. You know, obviously the electricity needs to be completed in totality, right? That never took place. I'm talking about on the side of the street where he has electricity because he fired those electricians. Water sample and water quality that needs to be tested and see whether or not new pipes need to be installed. That's never been done. Gas lines, that all needs to be inspected and tested and completed. Whatever work needs to be completed with that. The list goes on and on and on. Structurally, who knows what else is going on? Someone that asked you real quick, they had asked if I knew about, I think it was a Fairchild. Shout out to Fairchild. If I knew about the foundation failing at the Moyer Academy. Yes, I think it was in 2000. I want to say 2009. Let me pull up my timeline. I don't know if I have. I thought I put it inside this timeline. Let me see here. New J Moore opens. No, it couldn't have been in 2009 because I don't think they were open at that time. J Moore Academy closes. Yeah. I think it was 2012, if memory serves me correctly. I would have to go back. I have it though. But the point is that there was a time where the foundation failed at the new J. Moore. And there are some foundation issues currently that are taking place. In particular, we can look at the small gym. There's foundation issues there. And then also there's a ramp. I think it's the ramp leading into the big school. Remember, it could be the small school. I can't remember. But there's a ramp, like a wheelchair access ramp. And if you look at it, it's like tilted like this, if that makes sense. I think it's tilted this way. That's a foundation issue. So who knows structurally? Anyway, all these things, the money, that's what the money should be going towards, getting inspections to start in 2019, figuring out exactly what needs to be done. And then over time, showing improvement. He could have done it. Like I said, he should have been sitting on about $850,000 when he acquired these abandoned buildings. He could have started right away, but he didn't. He had run through the money and he didn't start renovations for another year. And here we are all these years later, and the school's still not done. Even though he said the school was completed in 2023, here we are in 2025, it's still not completed. He lied then. He's a pathological liar. The point is that, yeah, the money's the overwhelmingly, the vast majority of this money that he's collected has not gone directly towards this school. It's gone directly towards Umar. Okay, we're talking, it's over $1 million. It's just missing. Right? Thanks, SJ, for the super chat. Okay, I hope I got to everyone. Okay, I did. Okay. Let's get back to this video because I was trying to get in here and just boom, we're going boom, 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 right? But you know how we do. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it. Thank you all again. Everyone, cook for chat on the video. Got about 900 people in the building. If you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. You know, it's actually possible that if everyone who's watching right now hit that like button, we would have 900 likes. I know it's not going to happen, but I can dream. If Umar can dream about all this foolishness, I can at least dream of 900 likes. Our goal is 500, though. Okay. All right. Shout out to Cook Chat. Thanks everyone who sent the super chat too. I appreciate it. Here we go. And then I'm going to go over to Father David's Facebook and see if real quick, James. I'm gonna email you. Check your email. Okay. I'll be right back.
On our corner storage building, we have security on that side of the building. We have surveillance. We have up-to-date security system. If they do anything over there, the police are...
He lying. By the way, I just got your email, James. Okay. Yeah, I think I downloaded this already, but I'm gonna go check just in case. Okay, you said from June 5th. Let me go check my folder and see.
Be on their ass within seconds.
If
they do anything over there, the police will be on their ass in seconds. If they do anything over there, the police will be on their ass in seconds. But we don't have that on the high school because we do not have electricity in the high school. We do not have electricity.
Remember I told y'all, he never got electricity turned on. He's never done anything over there on what he calls the high school. Okay, that's where this alleged vandalism took place. I'm saying alleged because, with Umar, you never know. This guy, he's a con man. He'll do anything, including lie about how one of his baby mamas, her secret lover came through and bust out the window of the car and put a note on the baby seat and threatened them. And then so Umar had to go get a gun, and he talked to the police officer. The police officer told him, "Yeah, go get a gun." So never take anything that Umar says at face value because he's a pathological liar. That's my point. All right. Now let's go.
Electricity in the high school. We do not have electricity in the high school, brothers and sisters. This happened in the Frederick Douglass High School. Now, originally, we were going to save our money and wait to renovate the high school after we had our certificate of occupancy for the elementary school. That was the plan. But after about 4 years of no vandalism, brothers and sisters, after 4 years of no vandalism, brothers and sisters, after 4 years of no vandalism,
yeah, he about to come up with a big lie. That's why he's repeating this shit. Watch. And Dion, I don't have that video. I'm gonna go download it right now.
They back at it again. After 4 years of no vandalism, they back at it again.
There was vandalism 2 months ago. I played the video, and Umar talked about it too, but I played the video of the vandalism 2 days ago.
They back at it again. They back at it again, brothers and sisters. So we're going to have to get started on the high school immediately.
Here we go. Here we go.
Black electrician.
See, here we go. This is what it is. See, this is what it is. Yeah. See, what Umar has done is that the vandalism in that large building, what he calls a large gym, that's old. But when Umar gets back from Europe, wherever he was, I think it was over in Europe, right? When he gets back, the money's not coming in. The Cash App gets shut down. I already told people this. I told people this before, months ago. I said he's going to get desperate. So what he has to do now is the Cash App gets shut down. The money's not coming in like it used to. He has to come up with something else. He can't go back to, we got to do another paint day, so we need donations. We got a anti-protest to a protest, so make sure you make them donations. We got to get an HVAC unit, make sure you make those donations. We got to get doors, make sure you, because he's run through all of this shit, right? I remember one time he talking about how he needed to get paint. He's talking about $20,000. I said, what are you talking about? See what I'm saying? When there's some crazy figure like 20, I don't know if it's 20, there's some crazy figure. He was at a school, at a university, talking and talking to the younger people. And he just throws out these figures, but he's trying to get people to donate. So so in this case, it's an extreme. This is an extreme example right here. He's taking a situation that took place, could have been a year, 2 years ago, could be 3 years ago, inside of that gym where there was sabotage, as he calls it, where paint was thrown in there with all of his shit that was inside of his apartment before after he got evicted. He moved it in over there. And so he pulls that card out. Someone mentioned this earlier. He's pulling that card out now until 2025 so that he can justify getting more money, because he can't continue to ask for money for the small buildings, because he already said the renovations were complete in 2023. So now all of a sudden he has to work on the larger building, and he needs money for it. That's what the play is with this. That's exactly what he's doing right here. Well, Umar, he's something else. And you know what, y'all? There's going to be people who are going to fall for it. Yep. There are going to be people who are going to be falling for it. It doesn't even make sense. If the school is supposed to open in September, why would you start renovations over there on the other side of the street? And renovations aren't even done on the side of the street where you said it's supposed to open in September 2025. If the school's going to open in that side of the street, supposed to open in 2026, because he's already changed the date. Why would you be asked for money to go and start spending money on the other side of the street? See, it doesn't make sense, because it doesn't push you closer to what? The actual grand opening. And why doesn't Umar want to be pushed to that grand opening? Because then he has to show and prove. He wants to spread this out indefinitely in order to continue to get money out of people. And it's really that simple. That's all it comes down to. It's really that simple. Real quick, let me go over here to Word Radio Show on Facebook before I forget, and I'm going to download this. Does this make sense to people? Hit the one. It is ridiculous. I mean, it just keeps going over and over and over again. Yeah, it's a Joker card. He knows what he's doing. Umar knows what he's doing. What's up, Ad Davis? How's it going, Sunkiss Melanin? After 200 paint days, I'm sure even the biggest moron among his flock might start. Yeah, they're going to ask questions, but there are going to be people who are going to buy into this foolishness. It doesn't even make sense. It's ridiculous. How's it going, Gazo Princess? Thank you for being here. User 225 says, Umar, we have to get started with the high school. Also, Umar, we are circling the finish line. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand it. I don't understand how people could be falling for it. Because there are going to be people going for nobody up in here, unless you're Umar Johnson. I get it. And welcome. Okay. But people who have some critical thinking skills and have some level, and I don't mean to say it this way, but they have the critical thinking skills to really analyze the situation, they will see very, very quickly. The story doesn't even make sense. The vandalism story, the forensic evidence doesn't fit with the timeline that Umar is talking about here. But he's going to use this. He pulls this out at this point because he needs money. And so now all of a sudden, after 6 years and 4 months, now we're going to go start working on the larger school. Well, what about the smaller school, though, Umar? That's supposed to be opening in September. Then you change the date to 2026. Well, that should be where the focus is. Meanwhile, he's traveling all over the world. Well, he's such a con man. This guy, he is a con man. Yeah, he is, Chris. He's devious. And you're right. I don't like using that term evil, but he is. You got to be devious and evil to be even thinking like this, let alone bringing it to the people. It's crazy. Thank you, user 225. Has JS ever shown video building you're saying Umar, inspector or Peng? I don't know what Peng is. No, I have never seen. And listen, you Cook Rochette, if any of you guys, if you've seen it, because I've never seen it. I've never seen Umar up there with a building inspector. He did have some roofers up there one time. There was actually, he had a couple of different ones, but I remember he had some roofers up there, but they weren't professional. That one of the guys, he had on some AN1s, the other one had on some house shoes. That just goes to show you. A lot of the work that Umar's had done he just had done by people he done seen. Yeah, I'll hook you up. I'll do it for you. I'll give you a good price, or I'll do it for free. Just, that kind of thing. He's not really dealing with a lot of professionals. Electricians, they were professional though. Okay. Has anyone in the Cooking Crush chat, have you seen Umar having videos where he has building inspectors or code inspectors or anything like that? I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. Okay. But again, if you're dealing on that level, there has to be transparency, there has to be professionalism, and there has to be money exchange too, legitimately. Umar, he doesn't want to give up any money. Nothing that he does is ever professional. And the thing he fears the most out of everything, okay, he fears me, that's for sure. He fears the Cookie Crush chat, that's for sure. But the thing he fears the most is transparency. See? So he avoids it at all costs, because once the information gets out there, and especially when it comes to the financial transparency, people will realize very quickly that don't already know that Umar is nothing more than a con man. Okay. Thanks, No Contendo, for the super chat. User 225 says, Umar, we have to get started with the high school. Also, Umar, we are. Yeah, okay, I got that one. He's been saying circling the finish line for a long time, like years. So, but now all of a sudden he's going to focus on the large school. But it's just another ploy to get money out of people. And there's going to be people that are going to send him money. Like, yeah, he started on the large. It doesn't even make any sense. It makes no sense. You got to finish something before you start something new. And here's the thing: if you guys look at Umar's history, he never finishes anything. Well, I shouldn't say that, because he did finish some books. They're not peer reviewed. They're not scholarly. I should say 99.9% of the time, the things that he says he's going to do, 99.9% of the time, he doesn't do them. Okay. And this is another example right here. But see, he's crafty, very deceptive. He's a master manipulator. Again, he's pulling this card now about this vandalism in the gym. That vandalism is old. But it's put out there because now all of a sudden we're going to focus over there. For what? Why don't you just put cameras up over? They should have had them anyway, just to keep you secure. Why don't you put, like I told you back in 2019, why don't you just erect a fence with mesh so people can't look inside? People have a hard shit. Put some barbed wire up on there if you need to keep it secure. That's the first thing. See, that's how I'm gonna tell y'all one last thing. We gotta get going. That's how I know Umar's not a man. Because one of the primary responsibilities of a man, it doesn't matter what it is to provide security. Okay, that could be security inside of your home. That could be security on the job. That could be security with the project that you're working on. Let's say, oh, you want to open up a school? Secure things. That's one of the first things that you do. And in fact, I'm gonna tell y'all men that if you can provide women with a feeling of security, they're gonna rock with you. You understand what I'm saying? You make them feel secure on many different levels, but the physical security is important too. Umar can't even do that after 6 years and 4 months. I told him to do it in 2019. Anyway, thanks, user 225, but he's still circling the finish line, evidently. All right, let's get going here. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. Okay, here we go. Let me rewind this a little bit because I want to hear what he's saying.
Again.
Crazy.
They back at it again. They back at it again, brothers and sisters. So we're going to have to get started on the high school immediately. Black electricians who can do a commercial job.
He was saying the same thing in 2019 for the small school. Hit the one. The other thing is that if you're going to do this immediately, Umar, we need to see this immediately. Have we seen this immediately? No, we haven't seen anything going on with these larger buildings. Now, here's the thing. This is what we're going to do. Cook course chat. I could have swore I was going to get a break. I really did. I thought I was going to get a little break from this because once I got to have a break. What we're going to do is we're going to be tracking this. Okay. Today is June 18th, 2025. The video that we're watching is from June 14th, 2025. He should have already shown and proved that he's already started. He said immediately, right? Let's see how much work gets done on this large building, this large school, as he calls it. Let's see how much work gets done over the next week, over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, next 2 months, 3 months. Let's see. And then when we get on the other side of this, I'm going to remind you, Umar Johnson followers, that Umar, the premise of this was that he needed to start renovations over there on the larger side of the school, the larger building, the other side of the street in the larger building, so that he can secure them from all the vandalism that all of a sudden is taking place. What that means, though, is that the renovations need to take place immediately for the sake of these buildings, right? Well, then if that doesn't happen, why did, as we go down this path, okay, we're going to be tracking it. If we don't see that taking place, renovations taking place inside this larger building, security measures put in place inside of this larger building, right? Umar working there consistently. If we don't see that taking place, then we ask the question, well, then why did Umar say that he was going to do that? Huh? And then that's when you'll realize that the premise of this really isn't about securing these schools. The premise is to get more money out of people. And that's it. So, Cookie Crush chat, we're going to hold Umar accountable for this. We're going to see over time whether or not Umar proves that his intent was to actually start renovations at the other side of the street, and in point of fact that these renovations are going to contribute to the security of that building on the other side of the street. We're going to see if that takes place over time consistently. And if it doesn't take place, then the outcome simply becomes, as a critical thought, that Umar said that just to get money out of people, which is consistent with what he's been doing for the last 11 years with this FDMG school scam. There you go. All right. Thanks, user 225. I appreciate it. Also, user 225 says, Umar Johnson be like, where are my black plastic surgeons at? Can anyone give Big Brother King Kong a Big Brother Brazilian brother? No, don't put, no, come on. Don't put the BBL on we're not gonna put that on Marcus Garvey now. That just, sometimes you go too far. Okay. All right. Let's get refocused here. Okay. I'm still trying to find that video on Word Radio. Thanks for the super chat, user 225. Let's keep going here. Yeah. I wonder if Umar is going to give figures here on how much money he needs. Because it goes back to I need.
I have to get started on the high school immediately. Black electricians who can do a commercial job, licensed in Delaware and Wilmington, I need you to come to the forefront. Black electricians who are not licensed in Delaware and Wilmington, I need you to find somebody in Wilmington who can pull the permit. I need my black electricians who claim they care to find somebody in Wilmington who can pull the permit so you can repair the electric.
Yeah, he did the same thing in 2019, 2020. It's a replay. Yeah, and James, I got it. Yeah, I got your other email because I was looking for the date. It's June 15th. I'm downloading it right now. Okay. We probably won't have time to get to it today, but I plan on live streaming again tomorrow. Y'all, please don't hold me to it, though, because I really need to get some sleep. I really do. I'm actually off tomorrow, so I may just use the day to rest. But if I do live stream tomorrow, well, we got a lot more stuff to get into. If I do live stream tomorrow, we'll cover this. In fact, if I have the time, I'll take it and I'll put it in the Premiere Pro and just edit out any sections that really wouldn't be relevant. But I'm actually downloading it as we speak. This is 2025. And this is Umar being interviewed by Father David. So I'm sorry, everyone. Let me just do this, get this download going. And this is June 15th. Umar Johnson, Father David. This I'll archive it. Word radio interview. I got a whole bunch of these. Okay, let me go ahead and start downloading that right now. And thanks, Dean. If people real quick, if everyone could take a moment just to thank Dean, Brother James, for all his help, because he's helped me. I can't even express, and there's other people too, Black Anonymous, other people who helped me to get files and stuff and find videos, because I don't follow Umar like I used to. What tends to happen is people send me links and stuff, and then I'll look into it, and then we'll cover it if I feel like it's really relevant. And one of the people who's really been instrumental in this for a long time now is Fairchild too. Let me just say that, but James. So if you can take a moment just to thank James, I'd appreciate it. I know we did that yesterday too, but I just want to give him his flowers because I really do appreciate it. So thanks, James. All right. Let's keep going here. There's more super chats. I'm not complaining, so thank you guys. I appreciate it. No contender. Why do you need permits if the school? yeah. But okay. So let's be clear about this. Umar, he stated in 2023 that the renovations were complete, but we got to be fair. No contendo. Right. Every time I read this, I'm thinking Nintendo. No contendo. We have to be fair, because when he stated that renovations were completed, he was specifically talking about he was talking about the small school and the small gym, I would assume. Okay, that's not true. But if we go back and look at that video, Umar was doing that. He was feeding at that time. He looked real smoked out in that video. Okay, and if you Umar Johnson followers don't realize it yet, Umar, he's a dope fiend. Okay, I know people are like, oh, I can't believe you're going too far. No, he is. Everything that I say about Umar is factual. Okay, I have integrity. I'm not going to lie about this guy. Never have. Okay, it's not necessary. He has a substance abuse issue. He has other addictions too. Gambling. He's admitted to the sex addiction too, more recently on a podcast. But I've been telling people that for years. See? He likes to eat. Okay. He has a food addiction too. The list goes on and on and on. But he has a substance abuse issue. Right? So the point is that when Umar gets into that mode wherein he really needs money because he needs his next fix, sometimes he gets on there and he's already high, but he's already spent money to get high. So he needs more money for the next high, in advance of the next high, right? In preparation of the next high. And then there's times where he's actually tweaking. I mean, he's not just high, he just be acting crazy. One time he started laying on the ground. I said, what's going on? He was high. He was tweaking real bad. He was tweaking so bad. And then there's times where he's fainting. That's when he starts having withdrawal symptoms, right? When Umar, when he's high, I guess it depends on what substance he's using, you'll start seeing him, they call it coke jaw. And I'm not saying that it's coke that he's using, although it could be, but they call it coke jaw. Y'all can go look it up. I've done research on this. And that's when their jaw starts to move and it's uncontrollable. I knew someone like that too back in the day. I did. I knew someone, and people didn't talk about it, but I knew. But he started going like this, and he can't control it. Another thing you can look for is when Umar starts doing like this. Y'all remember when he turned that heat down? The video where he's talking to that lady, and he says it's hot here. Let me go turn this heat down. He's in a hotel room, and she's on the live with him. He said, "Let me go turn this heat down." He gets up, and you hear him take a big sniff. He's on that stuff. And then if you guys notice when he comes back, he's like, and if you research into this, you'll see that is another one of the symptoms of people who are doing certain types of substances that they'll be doing stuff with their tongue. It's autonomic. They don't have any control over it. They'll be going. You see Umar do it. He tends to do this. Pay attention. It's all there. It's all there. So let me get back to this. No contendo. The reason I'm bringing up Umar when he's feeling like that is if he's high, he's looking for money to get his next fix. And so that's why he has to throw anything out there. And in that video back in the day in 2023, when he said renovations were complete, we knew that renovations were complete. And we're in 2025, renovations still aren't complete. So, but why did he lie? Well, it's the same reason why he's lying about, now we need to work on the larger building. What about the smaller building? Because isn't that supposed to open in September? Then you said 2026. We're supposed to forget about that, like we forgot about how it was supposed to open in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's just the rehash of the thing. But the thing that's consistent in all of this is what? Umar's need for money. The same reason why he's lying about he needs to start renovations over here at this large building is the same reason he lied about how the renovations were complete in the small building over there back in 2023. So in all fairness, no contender, when he says they need permits, it's the same thing that he was saying about the small school back in 2019, 2020. He's just now transferring it over to the large building because it's about getting money now for the large building because he knows people ain't really sending him money for the small building anymore, not like they used to. Unless he did some, well, I'm not going to give him any ideas, but if he starts another fire in there, or something like that, and then shows it, and then people send him money for that. But most people ain't gonna send him money for that because he's been lying about it for too long. But now all of a sudden, still don't make no sense. We're gonna focus on the large school, and now we need permits and all this stuff. That's the same. It's the playbook. He's already used this playbook before. It's the same thing over and over again. Okay, I've downloaded the Father David interview. If I live stream tomorrow, we'll get into that. There's other stuff because we still gotta get caught up on these other videos. We're kind of behind, but it's all good. It's all good. Thanks, James. Let's see. Someone emailed and said the property would need to be tested after the estimate given up from. Plus, he needs to have a loan, a lawyer, contractor, people to draft plans, inspection. He needs to pay for steel if he needed steel in advance. Umar hasn't done any of this. He hasn't done. Oh, I know who this is. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I know who this is. He hasn't done any of that stuff. Yeah. See. He's not trying to deal with any lawyers because there's going to have to be transparency. He doesn't want to deal with an accountant because there's going to have to be transparency. He doesn't even have a board of directors. That's one of the first things you should have because there's going to be accountability. He doesn't want that. See, and the other thing I've said this many times that if you are doing something with professionals and their license, everything has to be on the up and up because they can compromise their license by working with someone who's doing shady shit like Umar. So if Umar is going to step to these professionals, he has to have transparency. He has to show that he has the money to pay them, right? This all, you guys understand what I'm saying? See, and normally what would happen is the accountant would be the person that would show all that information to show, yeah, we do have the funds to do this, and everything has to be signed off, not just by the accountant, but also by the board of directors. Umar doesn't have any of that. And then the professionals that he would be working with, they would be used to that level of transparency, but Umar would not be able to provide it because he's a one-man show when it comes to the money. Okay, it's all him. Yep. All right. Let's keep going here. Thanks, No Contendo, for the super chat. And then Crafty Actress Mama says, I was pregnant when he started talking about a school. My daughter is about to be 16. Wow. Well, God bless you. God bless your daughter. Okay. 16. Okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense, though. Okay. So Umar, in 2010, he said the school was going to open in 2013. So let's just let me just get my calendar. No, well, you're saying that would, oh, wait, no, I got this wrong. Yeah, 2009, right? Yeah, 2009, 2010. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense what you're saying here. That will put us back to 2009, 2010. Yeah, and he was talking about the school in 2009. He posted in January of 2010 that the school would open September 11, 2013. Yeah, you're right. Makes sense. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. He's been at this a really long time. It's not like all of a sudden in 2019 that Umar, he starts with FDMG. No, this goes way back. And a lot of people don't know the history, including his followers. A lot of his followers don't know the history because they weren't around that long. One of the things you can look for too is if you guys go back and look at Umar's old Facebook page and you look at his initial post, there wasn't much activity at all. You know, did get a couple of likes, no comments or anything like that. But then what you'll find is that by the time we get to 2011, 2012, Umar, he starts to pick up more steam, and it's largely due to Hidden Colors. And then you start to see more engagement on the social media. This is before he had Instagram. Facebook was his main thing. He did have a YouTube page too for a while, but that got shut down. He tells people he never had one. He's such a liar. I even have the video where he's promoting it. I should pull it up and show you. This guy lies so much, it's incredible. The point is, Crafty Actress Mama, the timeline 16, it makes sense because in 2010, Umar, he was talking about the school. He was talking about how it was going to open September 11, 2013. By the time we get to 2011, 2012, and especially 2013, he really takes off in social media. He still mentions the school, right? But it's not until 2014 that he actually tells people, okay, this is the location. We're going with the St. Paul's College, which was in Virginia, I believe, if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong on that. Okay, I think it was in Virginia. So yeah, and you're not the only one. I've heard people say that they heard Umar talking about the school in 2005 and 2006. I can't verify that, but that's what I've heard. And again, I have him on record saying that he conceptualized this in 2004 and that he started building this FDMG project in 2005. So it would make sense that he was talking about it, at least in 2005, right? I mean, it just makes sense. I can't verify it. But what you're saying here, it fits perfectly with the timeline. And you ain't the only one. Real quick, as a quick exercise, Cookie Crush chat. When was the first time, and just put a year, when was the first time you heard Umar talk about FDMG? Okay. When was the first time? So for Crafty Actress Mama, it would have been in and around 2009, 2010. For me, it was 2014 when he did that St. Paul's video. Someone sent it to me and they asked me what I thought about it. That was the first time I heard about FDMG. I'd heard about Umar because he was associated with Hidden Colors, but I didn't know much about him. But I first heard about this idea of FDMG in 2014. Okay, what about you guys? Let me know, right? And thanks too, and thanks for sharing, Crafty Actress Mama, and bless you, bless you. I was gonna say bless the baby. Okay, that's to show you how old I am. One of my daughters is 16, and so yeah. I'm just saying that because she be gone. She just be doing her own thing. Sometimes I look at her room and I'm like, where's she at? Okay. Yeah, yesterday. Anyway. Okay. Okay. Thank you again for the super chat. Let me just get. You guys play too much. Okay. MBSSN said 1865. That's wild. A just said 2012. That makes sense. 2012. Just to give an idea, because some people think that this started in 2014 or 2019 for that matter, when he cried his abandonment. Initially, I thought it started in 2014. But Asia 2012, Black Anonymous 2012. So even before I knew about it, you knew about it, right? You probably knew about Umar before I did then. Kara 2019, okay. Rochelle 2014. Monroe 2012. So we see a lot of 2012 around that time. Again, this is, remember, Umar, he blows up with Hidden Colors 2011. He was in the first one and the second one. I can't remember what year the second one was in. What's up, Jimmy Jamboree? 2012 to 2013. See, this has been going on a really long time. El Diva 2019. That's around the time where he acquires his abandoned buildings. 2016 from Derek. Anita 2015. I first heard about him about I first heard him about ADHD and boys in 2016. Yeah, he was talking. I've gone through that his older videos all the way up to 2019, and he talked a lot about ADHD and the school to prison pipeline back then, and also about special education. That was mainly what he talked about back then. These days, he doesn't really talk about it. He's more talking about like current events and celebrity gossip and crushing cookies, that type of thing. It's total transformation. That's the other thing you guys think about it. Think about what he was talking about back then when you first heard about him, right? Totally different, unless it's later on. Like if it's 2019, 2020, he really starts going off the hinges. 2014 from JRT 87. What's up, Chris? Chris says 2014. Domo says 2015. Yeah, the baby 16. Yeah, that's a baby to me. Because I still treat my daughter, not so much with my sons. I'm like, y'all just gone, but my daughter, I'm like, hey, baby, how you? give a little hug. I give a hug like this with my boys. I'll be like, yeah, what's that? How you doing? Anyway, 1999 and the two. Oh, so you go back. Yeah, you go back away. Cam 2 goes back a ways. 1999 and the 2000s. Okay. Yeah, so you go way back. Kiki 2016. How's it going, Kiki? Wayne says 2005. Okay, so you were around. You that was back in the UNIA days, right? In Philadelphia. Thanks, Wayne. 78 vet 2015. Derek said 1842. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be playing too much. We can't never have no serious 1492. In 1492, they came across the shores, educated by the Moors. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, hey, Weird Flex 2010, 1401. Toy here for the truth said 2015. Okay, 1990s. 2000, you go way back then. Yeah, you go way back. Andre, you go way back too, man. That's crazy. Yeah, again, for me, 2014. 215 BC. What's up, audio man Mick? 2012. Okay. 1969. 2006. Okay, so you go back to the UNIA days. 2022. How's it going, Giannis? Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, 2017. Okay. 16, 19. What's up, Sharif? Thanks for tuning in. Keylogger says 2011. I first saw him on Hidden Colors, but I was more of a fan of Kaba, Booker T. Coleman, and Phil Valentine. Yeah, I was big into Phil Valentine back in the day. I used to watch a lot of Booker T. Coleman back in the day. He changed his name to Kaba. And another guy, I don't even know if he was in Hidden Colors, though, but he was a more, I can't think of his name right now. I don't think he was in Hidden Colors, though. Taj Tariq Bey. Yeah, it's Taj Tariq Bey? No, that's not who it is. No, that is him, right? Yeah, that's him. Yeah, I was big into him back in the day. Sovereignty and all that stuff. And what was that law? It was a certain kind of law. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what it was. I thought it was Taj Tariq Bey. Yeah, when I put in Taj Tariq Bey, he's not even coming up anymore. Hope everything's okay. Taj Tariq Bey. Yeah, now it's coming up. Yeah, I was big into him back in the day. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Keylogger. Blog Talk Radio in 2010. Yeah, he had a big presence on Blog Talk Radio for a while. Yeah. What's up, Staj? Someone said 1300 AD. Okay. All right. 1619, 2013, 1738, 2010. Okay, Sam LaCour. Hope you're doing all right. 2010, Ike 2023. So more recently. Okay. All right, y'all be playing too much. 2009 from Sapphire, EBS 2019, Cookie Monster 2004. So that goes way back. That's UNIA days. That's when Umar actually worked as a school psychologist. Okay, so that goes way back. Yep. 2017. All right. These be 1900 AD after Douglas. All right. Okay, so I think that's a good exercise just to kind of get an idea of different people. They've learned about Umar at different periods. Unfortunately, not enough people know about the history, Umar's history. And when you learn the history, even going all the way back to 2005 to 2004, you realize that none of this is new. You know, him scamming and this type. He was trying to scam the United back in 2005 for a building fund. Does that sound familiar? For renovations. It's just the same thing over and again. So what Umar is doing, to get back on track here, what Umar is doing now is he's trying to transfer focus away from the smaller buildings, because he in essence, I think he feels as if so I'm gonna tell you what I think it is. I think Umar he feels as if he's maxed out on the money that he can draw from the smaller buildings. And part of that, though, is, I don't think he's taking into consideration, is that because the CashApp has gotten shut down, that contributes to his perception that the money's not there for these smaller buildings. It's just that it's not coming in like it used to, because people aren't going to be sending PayPal they would rather do cash. Cash App is quick. They're not going to be setting up new PayPal accounts, so forth and so on. Most people ain't trying to send checks and money orders through the mail. See, but in Umar's mind, it's always about money. So when he sees the money coming down, he's not associating it with the Cash App getting shut down so much, which he really should be thinking like that. Okay, I think he's associating, in my opinion, he's associating it with these abandoned buildings in Wilmington that he's done some renovation work on, that he said were complete back in 2023, but the money's not there. People aren't sending money like they used to. So he has to come up with another grift now, if you will. So let's switch focus over here to the larger building, and let's tell this violin story, about how this vandalism and blah, blah, that stuff, that vandalism is old. But let's pull that card now, play the strings, cue the strings, and then so that we shift focus over here, and then we start asking for money. And now we need electricians, now we need plumbers, we need HVAC, the same story as before. And he thinks that he's going to get the type of money that he used to get back in 2019, 2020, 2020, when he was saying the same shit about the other side of the street. But Umar, it's not going to happen. So you're not as smart as you think you are. You're not. See, in fact, you even doing this, trying to pull this, it just goes to show that you're not intelligent. You're just desperate. See, that's all this is. You're desperate. All right. Thanks again, Crafty Actress Mama, for the super chat. And then Giannis says, my father called the Cookie Fresh chat a bunch of retards, and Honor hasn't built nothing, so he can't criticize. Yeah, that's just, and I'm not speaking. I'm just going to say this in general. That's a typical response from an Umar Johnson follower. They'll say, and I have a list of top 10 excuses that they make for Umar. One of the things that's on the list is that where's your school? Okay, well, I never said that I was going to build a school, and I never collected bare minimum $1,618,354 from 2019 to 2023 to open up a school. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. We're not counting 2024, what he's collected in 2025. $1,618,354. Okay. Now, I'm not directing this at your father. I'm saying this in general because this is one of the standard excuses that Umar Johnson followers make. But it doesn't stand to reason. It doesn't stand to reason. Because if you've raised millions of dollars by now, Umar should have something open. And he's been saying now for a couple of years that he's dancing around the finish. I know what he's doing. He's dancing around that money. See, all right. Now, in terms of what I have built, it's not a competition. And I never told people that I was going to build a school. What I can say, however, is that I'm committed to my wife. I can say that I'm committed to my children. I can say that I've been in my wife's life. We've been together now. It'll be 25 years in spring, in this next spring. 25 years. I never cheated on my wife. She's never cheated on me. No, she has. I failed in many areas as a father, but I can say that I've always done the best that I knew how, and I can say that I'm doing a whole lot better today. Still room for improvement as a man, as a husband, as a father, every single day. I can also say that I've built a wonderful community here on YouTube with the Cookie Crush chat. Okay, so there's different ways we can look at this, but just because someone hasn't received $1,618,354 to open up a school, we shouldn't hold that against them. And just because they never promised to open up a school and they never delivered on opening up a school, we shouldn't hold that against them either. You see what I'm saying as a logic stream? Umar, he made these promises. He collected the money, and he's had more than enough money to open up a school. So what I like to say is that calling names to people who are intelligent enough to recognize that Umar is a con man, it doesn't change the fact that he's a con man. That's all I can say. All right. All right. The other thing too is criticism is important, and it's healthy when it's constructive. It's also healthy when it can shed light on a charlatan like Umar, because it can actually help other people from being taken advantage by him. In fact, I'll propose that there are people in the chat room right now who may have donated to Umar but decided not to after they saw some of these videos. Or there may be women, and just, you know, we're adults. There may be women in here who may have been willing to give up the draws to Umar, but after seeing what we've talked about here and the sexual exploitation of Black women and the bumpity bump too is another issue, maybe they recoil from that these days. That's important though too, and that comes out of the criticism of Umar. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah. Now, if I was on here lying, that'd be different. Okay. I've always given Umar constructive criticism. I'll always give him, not always, but from time to time, I give him my best advice on what he can do to get his life turned around. He don't listen, but that's not on me. That's on him. Okay. All right. Thanks, Giannis, for the super chat. Okay, let's get back to the video. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. In fact, if you are enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. Okay. I don't know where we're at on the likes. Let me check on the poll before we get going here again. See where we're at with the poll. Actually, I'm not even on that page, so I'll come back to it in just a moment. Let's get back to this video. Here we go.
They care to find somebody in Wilmington who can pull the permit so you can repair the electric. The good news is the high school electric system was not as vandalized as the elementary school's electric system.
You need to cut it out, Umar. You need to stop. I didn't want to do this, but real quick, we're going to go to 2019. I'm going to specifically pull up a couple of the videos where Umar is inside of the larger building. And we'll start with this one right here. Most of you guys have already seen this. I'm going to take out the audio, and I'm just going to let it play, and you guys can, and then just give me a moment to go pull up some other videos. Okay, so if you guys can bear with me on this. This is an inside tour. We'll go with this one right here. Okay, I'll mute it. And then, okay, so this is Umar. This is the larger building, right? Let's take a look. I want to see, because he walks up the steps with the fake key. This was recorded prior to Umar actually owning these owning these buildings. This was recorded in October of 2018, and he's talking as if he already purchased the abandonment. He's such a con man. Okay, real quick, if someone can verify for me that this is the larger building in the Cookie Crush chat. Yeah, 610. Yeah, that's the okay. As a matter of fact, I can verify it myself. I'm going to put in the address. I'm going to do a quick search. 610 East. I ain't going to give it a street. Okay. And I'm going to go to Google Maps. He was acting like he had keys and they put it on the keychain and all that. He's such a con man. Yeah, 610. That's the larger building. Okay. And you guys can look this up yourself. If you go onto Google and you put the address in, you'll see that that's what he's walking up those same steps. And it says there, hold on, matter of fact, let me go ahead and drop this little figure down here. And yeah, there's two entrances. Actually, there's 3 entrances, but the one he's walking on is the middle entrance. That's the middle of the building. And it says MA High School, which is Moyer Academy, right? So that's what, and it looks horrible up there. I'm looking at this right now. It looks really bad up there, man. Anyway, so I've just verified that he's walking into the larger building, and this is what he shows throughout this video. So I'm gonna let this play, and then I'll be right back, everyone. I'm just gonna let this play. I'm gonna pull up some other ones. Okay, I'm gonna skip through. In fact, we'll see the gym in here. You see the exposed wires hanging out? Okay, there's no electricity in here, but you see exposed wires hanging out the ceiling? The other thing is that these buildings are a lot larger. This building is a lot larger than the other side of the street. So there's going to be more electric work that needs to be done. He's such a liar. I'm just going to skip through. I have the other video I'll pull up where he actually walks in there. He has people in there in the dark. Yeah, he's walking through here. Okay, this was the gym that he showed. We saw this gym, right? Where the vandalism took place. Look at it. Looks way worse in there in 2025 than it did back in 2000. This would be 2018, actually. See, there's not stuff all cluttered up there against the wall like we saw earlier with the trash and stuff. See that? Matter of fact, let me pause it right here. And then let me go back to this video. And you guys see what I mean. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. This is the same gym that he was walking in back in 2018. He posted that video in 2019, but he recorded it in 2019. Yeah, now you see the yellow back there? See all that stuff back there? That wasn't even there back in 2018. See all this trash and filth stacked up against the wall back there? Okay, well now let's look. Let's go back now. This is 2025. Let's go back to 20. He didn't post this video, the video I'm about to show, until 2019, but he recorded it in 2018. Look. So we're supposed to think that he's made progress? No, not at all. He just turned this into he moved all of his, look at this. He moved all of his belongings in here. And then it's all filthy and everything. Trash all over the place. Yeah, that's a shame. It's such a shame. Okay, but this is the larger building. Let's see if they show anything else here. This is him on the outside. Yeah, this is all so goofy. He's such a con man. He's been at this for such a long time. It's incredible how long he's been at this. Let me pull up a tour video real quick. And y'all give me 10 minutes, okay? I wasn't planning on doing this, but just to show you all. And I don't know if this is, we'll be able to tell quickly though, but I'm not sure if this is the large or the small school, but we'll be able to tell shortly after I start playing. So we got about 900 people in the building. If y'all hit that like button, I appreciate it. Here we go.
I feel you on that. I'm glad to hear that. Let me throw this alarm on.
Yeah, see, he was acting as if they had electricity in this building. There was no electricity. He put batteries in there. See that? It didn't alarm. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It didn't arm itself. Normally it'll beep, beep, beep and give you a certain amount of time to exit, but that's not what we hear. This guy he's such a con man. Y'all remember this? Hit the one. Umar, he's something else. yeah, he in there playing with a cordless phone. Y'all remember cordless phones? He sure didn't. He's such a comment. We was clowning the shit out of him on this though back in the day, Eleanor. We was clowning him so bad. It is. It's clown
Yeah, that's
activity.
the gym for the middle school. We out here, Ifatunde University, FDMG Academy, Fred Douglas
Okay, that
building, Marcus Garvey building, Nat Turner, Robert Sobukwe Community Center, Pan African Library. You feel me? This is what we do. This is what we do. You know what I mean? Just showing them the campus a little bit. Shout out to all the donors. Keep the donations coming.
Keep them donations coming.
You know what I'm saying?
Donate.
Pretty brown eyes, Eleanor Johnson.
Donate.
Tiffany stole the pom-poms as we know she would.
Okay, they're going into the large building now. You guys see this? Because if you look across the street, see, it's no, wait a minute, no, they're going into the small building, so this one won't work. He was in the larger building. I think I may have that.
Donate.
Tiffany stole the pom-poms as we know she would.
You'll tip the griff.
Tiffany the scare leader.
Yeah, this is a small street.
Let me say.
They was having a good old time, huh?
So then, that's one classroom. That's two classrooms.
This is so ridiculous. Let me try this one right here.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness. We live inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, Fred Douglass building.
Yeah, so I think this is the larger gym that they're right here.
Some of the scholars at Ifatunde.
See, it looked pretty good. Wouldn't you all agree? Listen, I'm always fair. The gym looked pretty good back then. This was in 2019, to be more precise, April 20th of 2019. Would you all agree, Cook or Chat? Didn't it look better back then? This is 2019.
University,
Sharon.
You know what I mean?
Black power.
There you go, Tiff the Grip.
You know what I mean?
There go Earl. There go Michelle. There go Joshua.
Yeah,
There go Ruben Rivera.
baby.
Let's see, who is this? This is Miss Independent my way. Let me stop. I'm playing too much. That's Brother Ron right there. That's Ruben Rivera's brother. That's Ruben Rivera's brother. Antonio Rivera. Okay. I'm just playing.
You know what I mean? So tell me what's your thing? Give me some words, Gail. What do you think so far to walk through the tour?
It's
How
nice.
you liking the school?
It's nice.
You feeling it? Samantha, what you think?
The potential.
I think she's still around. I actually think he got her over there in Africa. Okay, I ain't gonna say anything else because I actually like this lady, but I think he got her up over there in Africa. Okay, I could be wrong, but I thought I saw a picture recently. I think she's still around. Marcus says he had all those people supporting him. Now he by himself. So yeah, it's true. Yeah, I've talked about this, and I would propose that there's more people that were supporting him and that were up there than we've actually seen, because he doesn't video record everything. Think about the paint days that he's had. He's had quite a few paint days. One of the paint days, he had some elderly women. And it's just not right. It's just not right. He had elderly women in there painting on the exterior and on the interior. That day they did the paint day on the exterior, it was freezing out there. Yeah, but a lot of the people that were around back then, some of them gave a lot of money. They would come and help him. You know, when he called them to come do things, some of them gave up the draws. Be real with you. In fact, when he would take the women over there to Africa, they were just African safari freak offs. That's all that was. That's all that was. A lot of those women ain't around anymore. They're not around. what was that lady's name? Sister Nera, she over in Africa. I think that lady I just showed is over in Africa. I'm not sure for sure about her. So let me just take that back, because I think she's a nice lady. I think she just caught up with this Umar. But there was another lady I was thinking about. I can't remember her name right now. Yeah, it was just an African Safari free call. That's all that was.
I see the before and the potential of the after is going to be phenomenal, tremendous.
All right, what you think, Sister Sabrina?
I see the after and the awesome after, and
Yeah, this is they're twins. It's her and her sister.
what can I say? Destiny.
From a brother's perspective, how we gonna be all right with the kids in here? You think the boys gonna love it here?
Yes, indeed,
Isn't that something? He's saying it with the kids in here.
brother. Y'all gonna be well, and you got an excellent teacher and a scholar.
Man,
That gym looked pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. Hit the one.
that's love. Frenchie, what you think?
See, that's what it looked like. He's panned all the way around. Let's see what it looks like now in 2025. Here y'all go. Since 2019, from 2019 to 2023, Umar collected $1,618,354. We're not counting 2024. We're not counting 2025. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, or 17, or 18. We could actually give him some grace and count 2018. But the point is that wouldn't be associated with the EIN, the new EIN number that he has, or the newer EIN number that he has. $1,618,354. And just on that side of the street, Umar hasn't shown that side of the street, the interior, in over a half a decade, 5 years. Now we know why. But if we go back to 2019, April 20th of 2019, over 6 years ago, and we look at the condition of this same gym that you're seeing on your screen. Look.
Oh my goodness, the school is huge, it's spacious, it's beautiful. I can't wait to see the end results.
What are the type of events you can see us doing on the campus?
Oh my goodness, sports events.
See this? It looked good. It did. It really looked good. No trash, no filth all over the place. Umar didn't move all of his belongings in there at this time. So, I mean, again, people, you can keep sending this guy money, but he's actually going backwards to real
You
talk.
can see us doing on the campus.
Oh
This
my
is
goodness.
2019.
Sports events, community events.
This is 2025. He's going backwards. But go ahead and keep sending your money. That's not for you. Yeah, they don't have a split screen option. But you know what? If I remember, I'll put in a ticket, a support ticket, and suggest that to y'all. The thing is that they would have to actually give me the option to pull up 2 videos. They really should have it. That really should be an option, especially with the amount that I'm paying per month, because they raised their prices significantly. They doubled it. But it's just all good. Y'all support makes it happen. So I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. But you see the difference? He has all his clothes in here now. Trash all over the place. Filthy. Trash all up against the wall. He has his books in here. Who knows what else he has in here. But this is a total departure from what this gym looked like back in April 20th of 2019.
All right, all right. What you think, Sharon?
There goes Sharon.
Excited. Wow, just to kind of watch, from the ceiling to now.
Oh my
it
God.
looks like a college.
Umar is a trash bag bandit. That's you right about that though.
The classrooms are. I don't even know. Speechless. Proud of you.
What you think, Tiff?
I am excited. A lot of black children, African children are going to.
There we go with Tiff DeGriff. Yeah, Tiff DeGriff, she's not around, but she used to go hard for Umar. She used to make up all kind of lies about me, my wife, and my kids. She called me a booty bandit too. She did. I wasn't mad at her though. I was mad at Umar did that too. I didn't appreciate that. I'm not mad at Umar anymore, but she called me a booty bandit. I said, Tiff DeGriff, don't do me like that. She's not around though. She's not around like she used to. She used to go at everybody back in the day, including other Umar Johnson supporters. She would go at them too. Anyway, this is Tiff DeGriff. She really did. But Joshua, the reason why she did the most back then was because she wanted Umar's attention. She wanted to be his main. I don't even know what you call that, and because I don't want to be rude. Because there's a term I can just straight out say that we used to use back in the day, but I'm not going to do that. Just out of respect. Again, this lady, she made up all types of lies about me, my wife, and my kids, but she's still a woman. Okay, I know some people like it shouldn't matter, but that's just how I am. I don't know what would be a kind term or even if there is one, because Umar basically he has women that are part of his harem. That's really what it is. That's kind of like a soft way of expressing what I'm saying here. And the main lady at that time was Sharon. That was the main one. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you guys so much. The Queen Bee. Yeah, there we go. Starch. There we go. The main squeeze. There we go. Yeah, and this is another. But I'll use this one. But I have another one I can use. I ain't gonna do that. Don't do that. Don't do that either. You guys play too much. It's too far. A concubine could be part of it too. Yeah. No. Let's not do that. We're gonna go with groupie. All right. Main squeeze is more starch. That's more what I would say. we could say Queen Bee too. Okay. Someone said, Lenon, you are a rainbow. I know a few. No, that's not true. That was just a rumor that people were spreading. And the thing is, no disrespect to gay men, but y'all missing out. I but that's okay. That's okay. Let's use the term. Let's use the kind term. The main squeeze. We'll use that just to be kind. Y'all crazy. Some of these things in here. Yeah, basically, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that, Dr. Sebi. Okay, so Tiff DeGriff was always in competition with Umar's main squeeze. And it's not a traditional, like, this is Umar, who's Umar's committed to. That's not it at all. This is, because Umar has a lot of different women that he runs through. Okay, that's a term we should use. That means have sex with and just on to the next. But he had a lot of women with the bumpity bump too, mind you, that he would run through. No commitment or anything like that. His commitment is to not to black women, but to only sexually exploiting black women's cookies. In other words, he's only committed to having sex with black women without commitment, without any relationship, anything like that. That's Umar. So what we find is back then in 2019, 2020, there was a lot of people on the scenes who aren't on the scene anymore. And one of those individuals was Tiff DeGriff. Tiff DeGriff was always in competition with Sharon for Umar's attention because Sharon was Umar's quote unquote main squeeze. Umar had other people though too. What was that lady's name? Ann McMillan. She used to ride hard for Umar back in the day. She's not around anymore. Okay. And if you guys don't know here, because Sharon, I showed Sharon before. This is Sharon right here. She goes way back. Okay. But Tiff DeGriff, she was always trying to get to that next level in terms of getting attention from Umar. Now, I'm not saying that she wanted to go all the way and all that. So I'm just saying in terms of Umar's status, she wanted to be next to him on that pedestal, if you guys want to call it. I hope this makes sense. But Umar never liked her. He liked the fact that she would go in on people on his behalf, but he never liked her. He never cared for her. He liked how she would send him donations and cash apps back in the day, but she would send him a gang of money. You guys remember that back in the day? He'd be doing live streams and she'd be sending him money. Yeah. Right. But see, what it really was he saw her and he tolerated her because she was more like a henchwoman that would do his bidding, especially when it goes to attacking other people online. But he never cared for her. So what you'll see back in the day is that she would always try to get attention and she would always do the most because she wanted Umar to bring her up to that status as the main squeeze. See? Yeah. Yeah, the history is really interesting. In fact, there's a video, and I could pull it up, where it's at Umar's birthday party, and you can tell Tipta Griffith, she's doing the most, just try to get the attention and get the attention off of Sharon. Okay, I'll pull it up if I remember. I'll pull it up. Okay. So I showed you who Sharon was. This is Tipta Griff.
Protected from the claws of white supremacy, black power, race first.
All right, Tino.
Just excited to get the young boys in and get them out, man. Just excited for everything.
All right. Sister D.
This lady right here is so sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a phenomenal campus. The school.
I feel so bad too, because I mean, Tipta Griff is she's an outlier. What she was doing was an outlier. A lot of people and making up all kinds, spreading all kind of rumors and all that. That's an outlier. A lot of these women, they were good. They were good people. They just got manipulated and lied to by Umar, and they went with it. But a lot of them aren't around anymore, so that's good.
Was here. We need your donations. Donate.
Douglas.
Long time coming, but we finally got it. Bring your kids here if you're concerned about the future of kids. Black power.
Yeah, you want me to pull it up? Y'all want me to pull it up?
Gold mind. You hear me? This is.
Yeah, he ain't around either. He used to be around a lot back then. Let me just skip through. She's not rocking with Umar either anymore. She has a doctorate, but she used to ride hard for Umar too back in the day, but she don't anymore. Yeah, it's a pretty women too. Not that it matters, but it's just sad because he and look how clean this gym looks. This guy right here got fired. He got fired from the Boys and Girls Club fucking with Umar. Hey, it's a doggone shame. Lost his job over this bullshit. Yeah, it's goofy. But that gym, it looked nice and clean. Back in April 20th of 2019. But if we go back, like I said, I'm just gonna put it up here. It'd be good. I can just drop this into Premiere Pro. I'm gonna forget though. If someone emails me, if you email LenonHonor.com to do a side-by-side comparison, I'll do it. I'll remember to do it. I'll do it tomorrow, and I can have it for tomorrow's live stream. But I can put this video where it's showing parts of the gym, and then I can put this one next to it, because this is what it looks like now. Yeah, if someone emails me, I'll do it. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, Uncle Ron, brother Ron. No, 78 bet. We're not going to use that terminology, okay? Yeah, that's what he said. He said gold mind. All right. I'm going to pull up that birthday video. Let me just pull up one more, and I'll let this one play while I pull up the birthday video. Hold on one second. I got one more video I'll play back and forth giving the score. Boy, he's stepping on all kinds of stuff. Bones. But oh man, I want to show you the cleanup day. I just saw that. Oh man, that one right there was wild. Y'all remember the cleanup day? It's just so much. Anyway, I was trying to find this other one. Yeah, I think this is it right here. I want to show y'all the cleanup day. That was crazy. Is this the right one? No, this is the wrong one. Okay, this.
Never forget my debut.
All right, let me pull up. Let me do this. I'm gonna pull up the cleanup day. I'll play that, and then I've got to go find this birthday party one. All right, so here y'all go. Yeah, I remember this back in the day. Boy, this was crazy. Anyone remember this one hit the one?
All right.
Look at this goofy.
We out here.
Real talk. Notice how you got a woman bringing up boxes. You have a young man bringing up some stuff, which is cool. I get that. And then a little girl. Umar don't even stop to help. That goes to show you what kind of person he is. What kind of man.
Cleaning up. We even got the queens and the princesses and the kings cleaning up. Check it out. FDMG. FDMG.
Yeah, that lady, she ain't around no more.
FDMG cleanup gang. We not playing out here today. We not playing out here today. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
This is from June 25th, 2019. Okay, it's June 18th, 2025 now. So it's almost 6 years ago. This is crazy. They had a dumpster.
Cleanup party. Dr. Papa Boulevard, Ifa Tunde Avenue. If you come. No excuses. Will the real nation builders please stand up? Will the real nation builders please stand up? Yes, indeed, black man. Stop right there. What you got to say to the people?
Oh, man, come on out, man, and support Dr. Umar and his endeavors, man.
Yes, indeed. What you say down there, beautiful? What we about to do, we about to start an intellectual academic revolution. I'm Dr. Umar Johnson, the most requested black scholar in the world. We just bought these 2 schools. This will be the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Tuition-based, independent, no public, no charter, self-determination. Today is cleanup day. We getting ready for the contractors to come in and do what they do.
Damn.
Talk to me. Talk. You part of the family. Talk, Queen Mother.
No, we have daycare.
Y'all have a daycare. Where you at?
Right straight ahead.
Okay, you got put my number in your phone.
It's ridiculous. Let me skip through. Umar, one time he said he was gonna have an aftercare program.
Black man.
Yep, and he also, I think he one time said FDMG daycare one time too.
Wait, let him see the pit a little bit. We Facebook Live and bring that pit back. He ain't gonna get at me, is he? All right. What's his name?
That pit bull like, look at this scamming ass nigga. You know, the pit bulls, they know. They look at this scamming ass nigga right here. I can already tell. You know, the pit bulls. You know, the pit bulls, they be knowing. They know them some scammers. That's why they bite. They bite like that. Where they be biting, they lock that jaw and don't let go. That's because they did a scam. Scamming ass. Let me stop. Look at that pit bull. He said, nah, bro. Let's keep walking. Here we go.
All right, see, when y'all come here and y'all not showing love, we gonna bring the pit to you.
Umar, cut it out.
We gonna put a red, black, and green dog shirt on it. You know what I mean?
Umar, stop. I can't believe this guy. He always harassing these dogs, don't he? Look at this dog. Look at that. Listen, he said, you looking kind of plump. You know, that pit looked, they see him smiling. That pit saw him talking about said, yeah, you looking kind of plump. I'm a little hungry. I might have to take a bite out of your thigh. All right. Let's keep going here. I'm just playing.
RBG the pit. Appreciate you, black man. All right. About to get back to the cleanup.
They was in here cleaning in the dark too. They was in the dark. Can you believe this? They was cleaning in the dark, y'all.
I can't be on it.
That's why Umar got this camera on. So, I mean, this light thing on his fixture on his head. He's so crazy.
It's live.
That's the thing. Umar crazy. He funny though.
Long because I'm the lead. I got the lead by example. So it's time.
Well, why don't you go help these women and that little girl with the boxes? You big.
Time to clean up. We here to 2 o'clock. Come on out.
We've been here since 11 a.m. We worked. You know, we almost been here for 2 hours. We've been really, all right.
DMG, next level. We got the school. Now it's time to renovate. Get them donations in. Cash.me/$FDMG school. Cash.me/$FDMG school. We even got a 7-year-old princess out here helping us out. We got a 7-year-old.
That's nothing to be proud of, Umar. Listen, I'm old school. Nope. I remember one time, I got the video too. They had some little kids working on the lawn, and they're walking through the tall grass because it wasn't cut. And I kid you not, that grass was up, and they just walking through it. Who knows? Ticks, spiders, different bugs. Who knows what's snakes? Ain't no telling. You know, and on the backside there's a man-made quarry lake over there, and then there's also a river over there too. Anytime you're close to water like that, there's always going to be insects. So Umar, that's not a good look. I'm old school. Listen, I would not have no little girl. Listen, I'll be real with you. Okay, this is just me. If there needed to be some heavy moving to take place, and I'm standing there and there's a woman doing heavy movement, I would ask her, listen, you want me to do that for you? And she can say no, okay. But if she say yes, I'll do it. But that's me. Umar, he's content with having women walking stuff up and then having little girls do it too. And here we are over 6 years later. Excuse me. That video is from June 25th, 2019. So here we are. It'll be 6 years in a week. And the school's still not open. In fact, where they're doing the cleanup at, right here, that's the large building. He hasn't even done anything in there. Look at this guy.
Princess out here helping us out. Everybody want to come to the block parties. Everybody want to come to the opening ceremonies. But who out here helping us clean up? Where the real nation builders, please stand up. Where the real nation builders, please stand up. We working. We working. We working.
Notice he ain't working. There's also videos I have where they're still moving stuff around. He's sitting down eating an apple. Well, I ain't gonna get into that right now. All right, so I just want to pull that up. Let me give you guys an example. We're gonna go back to the whole tip to grip thing. Then I'll get caught up on super chats, and then we're gonna wind this down. So this was Umar's. They threw him a birthday celebration. I actually have this marked as August 17th. His birthday's on the 21st, but I think they had it in advance because he had the older people doing these classes back in the day. You guys remember this? This is from August 17th, 2019.
I'd like to wish you a happy birthday.
Well,
and I want to show two things. Well, there's actually three things. One is that Umar, he talks about child support. He thinks it's funny. Number two, I want to give you guys an example of Umar trying to scam these people even further. Okay, this is 45th birthday. And then number three, I want to give you guys an example of Tiff DeGriff and how she was attention seeking. A lot of what she was doing for Umar back in the day was simply to get Umar's attention because she wanted to be on the same level as someone as Sharon, which was Umar's main squeeze at the time.
I want to say thank you to everybody.
Well, thank you.
It's been an honor to be with y'all all year long.
Yes, sir.
The year went too
yes,
fast,
sir.
but I got to know you all very well on a personal level, and it was great. I'll cherish this year. It was a very challenging year for me personally, but the class really gave me something to look forward to. It pulled me through the tough times, and of course, the acquisition of the school was a blessing as well. And thank you to all of you. And it's not the end. It's not the end. I just got to take some time to regroup a little bit and plot our next step. But to let you guys know, one of my immediate thoughts, and this is not etched in stone.
Okay, we're at 431 likes. If you guys are enjoying the show, got 900 people in the building. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. Again, I'm going into the crate for y'all today. Okay, I didn't mean to do it, but Kill Chats Undefeated, y'all deserve it. Okay, if y'all hit that like. And also, thanks everyone who's been supportive. I'm going to get to these super chats in just a moment.
It's just a thought. But while I was in Africa, Hanera was there with us as well. We came across a chief, traditional ruler.
Yeah, Hanera believes that she's Umar's main squeeze too, by the way. That's a whole nother topic. I actually like Hanera. I think she's caught up in this real deep, especially with the money part. But we ain't gonna get into that right now. She's over in Africa.
And they have a program where they're trying to give away 5,000 free acres of land. But of course, you have to pay for the processing of the land, the surveying of the land, so forth and so on. So I'm looking at purchasing several acres for the FDMG Africa campus. And I'm looking at having a select group of brothers and sisters who I trust to also match
the amount of acres that FDMG purchases. So if FDMG purchases 50, then the other brothers and sisters will purchase the other 50, so we would have 100 total. 50 under the control of the school and the other 50 under the control of our community, with myself as chief. And so what I think I'm going to be doing is for all of you who are in this class, and then I'm going to look at the 6 different Africa trips that I had, and I'm going to select brothers and sisters who I trust who accompanied me on those trips, such as Uncle Jeff and others. But I have to look through the list because it's been 6 years, so I don't want to leave nobody out. And so between the class and the brothers and sisters I select from the 6 different tours I've taken, we will make up that village that actually goes forward with the purchase of the land. Now, with you all having been in the course of Pan Africanism this whole year, one of the reasons why I think we're going to continue our group study together is because when we do finally get the community in Africa, I'm going to need to trust some of you to orientate.
You see this guy? And a real quick effortless, see, the difference is wisdom, right? If I knew half of what I know now, listen, if I knew a tenth of what I know now with wisdom at my age, still a dummy, but that, you know, I'm just saying, relatively speaking, if I knew a tenth of what I know now, but I knew it back when I was 18, I would see things way different when I was 18. See? But see, that's the blessing of time. As long as you become more wise, you become wiser, and then you can reflect back and say, wait a minute, now I look at this now, I can see what it was. I can see what it was. I can see what it is. But back then I didn't see. See? Right? But that's a blessing, right? And that's what I want for Umar Johnson followers in particular. Just start peeling the layers back, seeing it for what it is, and with wisdom, time always tells the truth. Right? Yeah, let's go.
Brothers and sisters on the continent to Pan-Africanism, to Garveyism, so they can be crystal clear on what it is we stand for, what we live for, what we die for, and the only way you'll be able to do that effectively and accurately is if you know the information. So all of this was not in vain. It was not just about you learning it. It's about your ability to turn around and teach it to other people. So that would be the next phase. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at doing. And that's going to be a very, very serious step. And I have to be able to trust you in order to make that step, because we only get one time to make a good first impression. And
yeah, he just bullshitting. But he's just trying to scam the people who are most loyal to him at this time to get more money out of him. So what he does is he goes around. Let me just skip through this because we got to get going and finish up this other video. What he does is he goes around and these people start giving like little testimonials about how, you know, Umar has impacted them and how he's great and everything. So he goes all the way around. And then he gets to, I think he gets, this is the lady I was thinking about before. She's not around. I haven't seen her around either. I actually think she worked for the Moyer Academy as a teacher, because I have a video of a woman. She looks like her. Again, that's not conclusive, but it looks just like her. It's an old Moyer Academy video. Most of you guys haven't seen it. It'll be in a documentary. But I haven't seen her around in a long time too. But she was up there. She's the one that painted the rock after it was vandalized the first time. She went back and painted it. Okay, so here's Sharon. So I want you guys to see this sequence. I gave you the context. He goes around to talk to ask these women to give their perspective. Now he gets to Sharon, and watch what happens with Tiff the Griff after Tiff the Griff should have been done, because she comes up after Sharon. Watch this.
Coming up with the idea. Coming up with the idea for the class. I learned a lot. It's a great experience. Look forward to more to come.
Powerful. Harrisburg.
So,
by the way, people speculated that Umar had purchased a building. It was a art gallery for Sharon, and that would have been in Harrisburg. In fact, Umar, when he was taken to trial, alleged, and they were alleging that he was misrepresenting himself as a therapist, I believe. They had a victory celebration, and it was at a building, and that was the building that people believed Umar bought for Sharon. It was an art gallery. I mean, this is old history stuff, okay, old stuff. But based upon my research and other people that I trust, in terms of their research, I trusted back in the day, he never purchased that for her. He could have, but again, I go with the receipts, and it has to be proven before I actually speak on it. All right, unless if I speak on it, I'll tell people that I'm speculating or I believe, right?
In this here place, we fleshed it, weep, slash, fleshed it, dances on bare feet in the grass, love it hard. Toni Morrison recently transitioned into an elder, but she really
yeah. Umar, but the thing is that when Umar's trying to sell things, SH Play, he gets long-winded. That's part of the slick talking. Jay Morrison does that too. Polite used to do that too. They'll start, and what Umar was doing really was he was trying to fill them out to see whether or not they would give him more money for another scam, which would have been land in Africa to build FDMG over in Africa. So that's why he was spending, and he could have stopped way before, but he keeps going and keep going. So it's like he's imprinting on their mind this possibility. Hopefully it'll translate to them giving him more money. And they had already given him money to participate inside of this course. They would meet once a month for I think 12 hours. And he charged them for it. And then they're there at his birthday party. These are his followers. Of course, if they're going to be at his birthday party, they're going to be very supportive. So he wants to throw this out there. He's long-winded about it because he wants to kind of gauge their response, but he also wants to take the time to manipulate them into believing that it's something worth investing in. See? He's a con man. Thanks, SH Play. And he knows what he's doing too. He's been at this for a very long time. I'll get to all these other super chats in just a moment. Here we go.
Black life and what it meant to love us and be about us. And so with this course, I think my view of revolutionary Black, figures and Pan Africanism has expanded in that it's not just like.
Okay, cut it out. Let me skip through. All right, so next up we got Tiff the Griff.
At where we are today in a sense of what you have.
She's just rambling. Cut it out. Come on, Sharon.
Or what we are now witnessing as far as what you've invested in. You've been doing this for years.
Scamming for years.
Capacity different than just on screen, I think is really a beautiful thing and something different that most people don't get to see. So.
Yeah, Sharon, she can run her mouth too, can't she?
You're ready, and you're varied. So I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you for loving us hard, sacrificing hard, and just giving of yourself unselfishly.
Thank you.
One more thing.
Here she go. And see how she jumped? She scooted over like that. Watch.
You don't get to see.
And she was waiting too.
So you're ready, and you're varied. So I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you for loving us hard, sacrificing hard, and just giving of yourself unselfishly.
Thank you.
One more thing. If he teach the children of FDMG and ADAG half as well as he taught us, every graduating class is going to be a blow to white supremacy. Donate, please, because we have to do it for ourselves. Self-determination. Ashe.
Oh, powerful. Reality Chi-Town is in the building.
Let me just skip through because I think she popped up again. I remember something. I could be wrong. That's the scenario. She over in Africa. Yeah, there's another part where someone's talking and she starts talking over him, but I'll leave it right there. Anyway, that's Tiff the Griff. She really wanted to get that spot, that number one spot for Sharon, and she was always in competition. But Umar likes that. He likes to have people be going at each other. Polite was like that with all of his wives. They were really prostitutes, but we ain't gonna get into that right now. Nature Boy, that's what he did too. He used to create division amongst the women and the men for that matter, but in the women in particular, and play them against each other. Velvet, and then the other one that became the main lady after Velvet left. I can't remember what that other lady is, but he did that on purpose. That's what cult leaders do. They create dissensions amongst people, and that's a way to separate them, but then they can control them, and sometimes they control them so that they fight against each other, but it just reinforces their power over them, right? Umar, same thing, right? All right. Okay. I think I got to everything. Let's get back to the main video. Then we're going to start winding this down. Let me get to these super chats real quick before we get to that. I want to get caught up here. Let's see. We're going to go. Yeah. Okay. I got yours, Giannis. Thank you again. This is Common Sense says Giannis' father still believes in Umar despite evidence to the contrary. Yeah. And there are a lot of people. There are some people who are watching this right now who still believe in Umar. And that's okay. That's okay. I don't think that it's not my job or responsibility to change people's mind. who believe in Umar. My job is to put the information out there and to reach as many people as possible so they can have informed consent. Most people who believe in Umar, they just don't know Umar. That's all it is. They haven't researched Umar. Okay, and not to be arrogant, but they don't know a tenth of what I know about Umar. See, I can go all the way back to Umar when he was born. I can go back to his father. I can go back to his great grandfather Cicero. Most people, Umar Johnson followers who believe in Umar, they don't know about. They don't even know about the UNIA scam that he was trying to run back in the day in 2005. See, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So my job isn't to change people's minds. I'm just here to give the information and do it in a way that it's enjoyable and it can be entertaining at times and sometimes a little bit too silly. But I present the information and then let people decide based upon the evidence. And ultimately, that's on them. That's not on me. It's just unfortunate because if you do enough research into Umar, and in particular, this is common sense, if you do the research on Umar's history, and not just within the Black conscious space, but then also his personals when it comes to being a deadbeat for over 22 years, being on child support for over 22 years. He has 3 baby mamas. He only claims 2. Why? Well, because one of the women that he impregnated when he was in his early 40s, she was in her early 20s. See, these types of things, people don't, people can simply look at how he treated his daughter. Was that this year? Yeah, this year. How he treated his daughter when she came out and told the truth that Umar is a deadbeat and that he had been absent in her life. I've been telling people that long time. I've telling people that for years. You look at how he treated his daughter. That should be more than enough. But then you go into his lectures, you go into what he was saying about different people, you go into how he's always attacking Black people, he's always disparaging Black people. This goes on and on and on. If you do the research and then you use common sense and critical thinking skills, you'll know the truth. Right? So it is what it is. It's unfortunate, but again, it's not my job. My job is not to go back and forth with Umar Johnson followers and argue with Umar Johnson, because I already got the receipts. See, it's now, what I would like, common sense, I would like for Umar Johnson followers to provide me with some research that I don't know about dealing with Umar. Please, email it to me at LenonHonor at yahoo.com. Email it to me. Tell me what I don't know about Umar that you can back up with evidence, documentation, videos, radio interviews, podcasts, paperwork. Please provide it. Anything that you believe that I don't know. Okay, am I saying I know everything? No. But I know enough. And with common sense and critical thinking, if you know enough, then you will know the truth, especially when it comes to Umar. He's nothing more than a con man. That's all it comes down to. He's out for money and he's out to sexually exploit you Black women to crush your cookies. Nothing more. Okay? Thank you for the super chat. How's it going, Matt? Matt said he's still asking the public for contractor referrals. Well, he's doing it now because he wants to reset. He wants to take attention off of the abandoned buildings that he's put money towards in terms of renovations. Not much, but he has. Okay, he's gotten some things done over there. I always give him credit. That renovations work was supposed to be done in 2023. It's still not done in 2025, but he wants to take attention off of that because he knows that people aren't sending him money like they used to because this shit's been going on too long. So now, okay, we're going to focus on the large building now. I need the donations. He hasn't said that yet, but I'm sure he will. We need contractors. He's already just said that. He said the same shit back in 2019. He just now it's on focus on the larger building. That's why common sense, if you know the history, you start putting the pieces together, right? We know the history here. Hit the one. That's the one thing. That's the one thing I got a whole timeline. That's the one thing we can say. We know this Umar saga, the history of it. All right. Some of you, before last point, some of you guys know because you knew about Umar a lot of years before. Because again, for me, it's 2014 with the St. Paul school scam. I wasn't investigating Umar. That's not what I was doing. Someone sent me a link. They said, "What do you think about this?" It was that video where he's walking around talking about he wants to acquire St. Paul's College. And I gave my assessment. That was it. Right. But some of you guys, you knew about Umar. You even heard him talking about the school in 2012, 2011, 2010, some of y'all 2009. Some of y'all probably even before that. See? So we know the history. And I've done enough research now going all the way back to Umar's childhood and even going to get into his daddy and then Grandpa Cicero. right? But that's why the history is important, because when you know the history, you know the timeline, you realize he was already asking for the public for contractors back in 2019. In fact, he did that in the school announcement video in February of 2019. He did the same thing. Now it's a reset. That's what these scammers do. They try to reset. Sometimes they try to reset with the same scam. Sometimes they let that scam go, like the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, right? With Jay Morrison, they let that scam go, and then he tried to get into the Christian space. Don't make me pull that video. It's so despicable what these charlatans do. In this case, Umar, it's the same scam. He's just we're gonna reset it now over here to the large building that he has been neglecting for the last 6 years and 4 months. But with Jay Morrison, what kind of man does what he did? And then all of a sudden he wants to be Christian, and all of a sudden he wants to be speaking. Don't make me pull that video up, because that's what I'm saying. It's insidious the way that these people think and how they operate, because they're criminal minded. Umar's the same way. Polite did the same thing. When he came on the scene, he was talking Africa this and that, wearing dashikis and all this kind of stuff. You remember that? Then he starts the new covenant. Remember that? Then he starts talking about status correction and mentorship, and all of a sudden, his wives, they were all hoes. Let me just be real about it. All of a sudden, they stopped wearing African attire and they start dressing like real talk hoochies. Stuff all hanging out, this blam, 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 all this stuff. That he just reset. He in jail now. Same thing with Umar. He ain't in jail, but he's reset. All right. Thanks, Matt. Super chat. Marcus, he had all those people supporting him. Now he's by himself. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, you're right. A lot of people were coming out. A lot of these people, especially the women, they're not rocking. Some of them are. They're just behind the scenes. Some of them over in Africa. Okay? But there are some. I pointed some of them out. They're not dealing with this anymore. Ain't no telling what Umar, how. See, Umar is one of them type of men. They see women as a resource. He sees people as a resource with the narcissism, but I'm specifically talking about women to the extreme. He has a very negative view about women. He sees you guys as a threat, and you got to be careful. He's all of this stuff. When he talks, it's a part of the paranoia. He's paranoid, right? He thinks that women are all trying to get close to him to get information and trying to sabotage. That's how he sees. But at the end of the day, his sex addiction supersedes everything. So he's gonna still deal with women, just like he was dealing with strippers. Listen, if you're gonna be dealing with a stripper when you don't have to, it tells you something about you. See, no disrespect to Kim Ringo. Okay, that was her lifestyle. I don't know if she's still doing it, whatever. Okay, not here to judge. But Umar knew what he was doing. He wants that cooch. See, so with Umar, ain't no telling what he did to these women that were so supportive of him back in the day. Because if they were supporting of him, attacking other people online, giving him money for this and that, throwing birthday parties, do y'all think, is it possible that they was giving up that cooch? It's probable. So ain't no telling how much he's taken. And a lot of these women ain't around anymore, because a lot of women, they only won't take so much of this foolishness. It's sad that they would agree to dealing with Umar, getting down with him like that in the first place. But listen, he's a master manipulator. He's the great deceiver of our time. See, he's one of those types of men. He see a woman, okay, what can I get from her? Can I stay with you for a couple of days? Because I don't have to catch this flight out of here, out of Cincinnati, and to go to Atlanta for 2 days. I just need a place to stay. Oh, okay. So here we go. Thanks, Marcus, for a super chat. Let me do these other ones real quick. User 225 says, Umar Johnson's jungle freak off Tunde made more sure you're all. Don't do that. That's too far. D'Angelo the legend says, we need to find Tiff the Griffin, see if we can pay her to do a tell all. I bet she would go for it. I don't think so, D'Angelo. I don't think she would. I really don't think she would. Would I have her on if she wanted to spill the beans? I don't think so, because I think it would be too messy. I think that would be too messy. The other thing is that she lied so much. That's how I am. I'm the type of person that if if you're going to get online and lie on people, and even if I'm not even just talking because she lied on me, if you're going to be lying on people and it's clear to me that you're lying, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I just don't. I don't want to have anything to do with you. That's just it's an integrity issue. There are people who I used to associate with. I used to promote their videos, and they get online, they start lying on people. I say, okay, well that's it. I just can't do that. So I think with Tip the Grip, I wouldn't have her on simply because she's too messy, and then she's told too many lies, not just about me, but about other people that she would attack on Umar Johnson's behalf. The difference would be is that if she got online and apologized for that, and then made clear as to which lies she told about who, and then apologized for it, that would probably be a little bit different because it would show some contrition on her part. But I don't see that. I don't see it. The other thing too, D'Angelo, is that even though she's not outwardly supportive of Umar, I'm sure she knows things about Umar that other people do not know. And it would probably cause problems for her if she came out and spoke about Umar. Because remember, she was one of the main people that would attack people. Well, Umar still has people that will attack people online. Not as many as he did in the past, but he still has people who would attack people online if they speak out against Umar. So if someone like Tip the Grip, who was one of his main supporters, speak out about Umar, what Umar would do is he would post her information on social media because this is what he does. And then his followers would automatically, they'll start going in on her. See? An example, it would be hilarious though, but if I had it wrong, but D'Angelo, the thing is, if you know about Umar's history, he docs my personal information too, but he'll get text messages. Just to give you an example, he'll get text messages of people who are trolling him. They'll text him and they'll say something like, when's the school going to open, blah, blah, they'll go in, they'll just text. And then what he does is he'll respond and then he'll post a screenshot of the text exchange, and he always includes their phone number. So it's a form of doxing. And he knows, historically speaking, what his followers would do is they would see that phone number and see that they're going at Umar, that person going at Umar, and then they'll call and start trolling and start harassing the person and calling them on their phone with that phone number. See, that's what would happen to Tip the Griff, right? Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't do it simply because it would be too messy. And she's lied so much about a whole lot of people. And she's lied about me too, and about my wife and about my kids. There's some things I just don't deal with people once they reach that level, and then people who are in that mix, where they start attacking each other. That's what I call like side quests, and Umar Johnson critics and Umar Johnson supporters. They would go back and forth there with each other, including the ones who were the critics. I don't deal with them anymore. Okay. Because it's a distraction. It's beyond the scope, and it's really, really messy. And I'm not about that. I'm about facts and receipts and focus. Facts, receipts, focus. Yeah. But it would be hilarious, though. All right. Thanks, D'Angelo, for the super chat. Mr. Hilton says, it's amazing that this is still going on. Last time I checked up on Umar was back in 2018. Your consistency with staying on his neck is admirable. Thank you, Mr. Hilton. Yeah, it's been going on for such a long time. And again, the reason why, and the way that Umar has, and there's been different ways, but the way that one of the main ways that Umar has been able to keep this going is his propensity to spin false narratives. He's a pathological liar. See, let's say we're in 2018 and here's 2019. Umar has to lie his way pathologically to 2019. Then we get to 2019, and then here's 2020. What Umar does is he lies pathologically to get to 2020. But see, if we go back in time, we can go all the way back to 2010, when Umar said that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. That lie gets him from 2010 to 2014. It's a promise that goes unfulfilled, because in 2014, now he's pursuing the St. Paul's College. And then he lies from there. He tells a lie that he put in the bid. He never put in the bid. The bid, the minimum bid is $2.5 million. Umar, are we to believe that Umar raised $2.5 million in 2 months? No, he lied. But that lie gets him through that year, because he's pretending as if he's really pursuing St. Paul's College. He's raising crazy money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. That gets him to 2015. Then he gives up on St. Paul's College. It's all pathological. And then he starts to lie consistently about he's trying to find a school. And wherever he would speak at, he said, I'm looking for a school there. He'd be in New York. I'm looking for a school in New York. He has a speaking engagement in Chicago. I'm looking for a school in Chicago. He has a speaking engagement in Los Angeles. I'm looking for a school in Los Angeles. Atlanta. I'm looking for a school in Atlanta. Wherever you guys are at, whatever city, if he has a speaking engagement, he would always promote that. Well, that's a lie. But what it does is it extends the scam. Now you get into 2016, 2017. He's still collecting money the whole time. 2018. See this? And then finally, 2019, he acquires his abandoned building. Now he has a reset. 2019, the school's going to open 2020. It doesn't open, but he's still collecting money. This whole time he's collecting money. He's telling all types of lies. I'm trying to find the blueprints. See the pathological lie? He's a pathological lie. We get to 2020. We need to keep raising money because we don't have enough money to start renovations. We need blah, blah, blah. Please keep donating. Continues to lie. We get into 2020. He starts renovations in 2020. Okay, we need more money so that we can get this work done this way. Then he just keeps lying over. It's going to open in 2021. Doesn't. Keeps raising money. 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. Here we are, 2025. Supposed to open in September. He's lying throughout, and now he's concocting another lie. That the objective now is to focus on the larger building. So please find me contractors, just like he said back in 2019. Find me contractors. I need money. I'm sure he's going to do it. He hasn't done it yet. But I need money. We need money. Send in the donations. He's lying throughout. That's how he's been able to continue with this scam this long. It's amazing to me. Like I said before, if people did the research, critical thinking, they'll realize very quickly what this is all about. It's not about opening up a school for black boys or girls for that matter, because initially he said black boys and black girls. It's not about saving black boys from a school to prison pipeline. None of that. See, it's about money. It's about getting money out of black people so that he can continue to live out his self-destructive lifestyle, which includes sexually exploiting black women, renting hotel rooms and motel rooms because he's been homeless since 2019, getting rental cars because he doesn't have his own vehicle, having money to sexually exploit black, because that's expensive too, getting and putting them up in hotels and that kind of thing, because that's what he's doing with the conscious stripper and other women too. Okay. Turning the heat down. He has a substance abuse issue. He has a sex addiction. He has a food addiction. All that. That's what this is about. See, and that's why it continues to go on this long. What Umar does, he just continues to lie, continues to lie, continues to lie. Right? And unfortunately, people fall for it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hilton, for the super chat. Nice vehicle there too. Miranda, how's it going, Miranda? Miranda says, "Hi, Cooker." Said, "I'm just signing in." That's okay. This is going to be archived. You can get back into the archive. Hopefully, I'll be able to live stream tomorrow. We'll keep this going. I may have to anyway. We may not even get to the last video. If not, we'll get to it tomorrow for sure. Matter of fact, if we don't get to it today, and I don't think we will, for sure, I'll live stream tomorrow just so that we can get done with this segment, this whole, I don't even know what we call this. It's always a saga. There's the HVAC saga. There's the blueprint saga. There's the school search saga. There's the St. Paul's saga. There's the conscious stripper saga. There's a SETI saga. There's all kinds, but what would we call this? The vandalism saga? But he's had other vandalism stories too back in the day. We would have to be more specific. The Big Back TV vandalism saga. I don't know. Okay. Thanks, Miranda, for being here. I appreciate it. And thanks for the super chat as well. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks everyone too. All the support. I appreciate it. User 225 says Microsoft Word font on the FDMG school logo. I don't think so. I hope not. I do have the original logo, FDMG logo. Matter of fact, let me just pull it up just for the shits and giggles. That was in 2014. Let me pull this up real quick. It'll only take a second. The original logo. Some of these images are so ridiculous. Umar, he's such a scammer. This is the original logo right here. This is for you, user 225. It does look like Microsoft Word. But you see this? This is the original FDMG logo. And I couldn't figure it out. So there were people in the Cookie Crest chat a couple of years ago that figured out exactly what it is. And if you can't see it, what it is there's three faces in this logo. Okay. Let's see, on my right, it's Frederick Douglass. Okay. In the middle, there's an ape. And then on my left, it's Marcus Garvey. All right. You guys may not be able to see it. Some of you may. Matter of fact, if Cooker said, if you can see it, hit the 1. If you can't see it, hit the 2. Okay. I also had a breakdown of this. I don't think I have it in that folder though. Let me just check right here because I outlined it so that people can see exactly. No, I don't have it in here. But that's what it is. That's the original FDMG logo. There's some other ones too that came after. And let me just share those. There's two. A little bit more precision here. In this case, this is the Anna Douglas Amy J. Garvey Leadership Academy. This was supposed to be the academy for the girls. All right, he's long given up on that. And then this is the one for the boys. But this is all after. The first one I showed you is from January 10th, 2014, this one. And then the one that I showed you here, this is from May 20th of 2014. That's the Anna Douglas. And then this was the FDMG one, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Leadership Academy for boys. All right, so these are some of the original logos. This one right here, though, from my research, this was the first one. Okay. All right, some of you guys may be able to see what I told you, but some of y'all may not. It took me a long time to see it. It really did. Okay, thank you all again for tuning on in. Let's start winding this down. More than likely, we'll have to live stream tomorrow. I would like to at least get through this other video. Let's see. It's going to probably take another 15 minutes if I stay on task. Thank you, User225, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Again, thank you, Miranda, for being here, and thanks for the super chat as well. Also says, Teeth the Grief was at the reef when she saw a ball of blubber. She took a bite with her appetite. It was Jermaine. All right. He's taking it too far. Thank you also for the super chat. Mr. Hilton says, I've never seen any pics of Umar Johnson at any school's events he's worked at or with children. You think the #1 school child psychologist would have plenty? Huh. He has gone to schools to speak. But in terms of him being at a school working with children, I'm talking about like that's his job. I haven't seen it either. I haven't. Has anyone else seen it? The other thing, Mr. Hilton, I've thought about this, and other people have talked about this too, is that if Umar has saved all of these black boys in over all these decades in school in Philadelphia and all around the world, as he claims, where are the testimonials of this? Because a lot of these boys, they would be grown men by now, literally. They'd be grown men by now, 25, 26, 27. Remember, Umar, he starts in the Philadelphia school district as a school psychologist in 2001, really 2002. That's when he does an internship. Well, let's just go with 2001. Okay, that's 24 years ago. If those boys were, man, is that right? Yeah. That's 24 years ago. Let's say he was working with boys that were 10 years old back then. They're 34 years old now. Wouldn't they be giving testimonials of how Umar was so great? They're 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 20. You guys see what I'm saying? Wouldn't there be there should be thousands of testimonials out there, but that's not what we see. And then we don't see corroborating evidence of Umar Johnson at school or events that he's worked at, specifically that he works at, where he's with children. Okay. Now, in all fairness, I do have an image that I found from 2014. Let me just see if I have it in this photo, because I might not even have it in here, because I've shown it recently. Where Umar, he's sitting at a desk. I also have him with James Smalls in 2000. Let me just show this, because I played this video the other day of James Smalls speaking on, speaking on Umar. This is from 2014, March 3rd, 2014. The professor and pupil, master teacher Baba James Smalls and the Prince of Pan Africanism moments ago. Yeah, my goodness, how things, so much has changed. Okay, and Dr. Smalls, he spoke, not, I wouldn't say out against Umar, but he, in an elder type of way, chastised Umar for Umar's behavior and for Umar not reaching back to Dr. Smalls when Dr. Smalls was trying to help Umar. In particular, he was talking about with this FDMG school scam. Yeah, Dr. Smalls, he hasn't, not to be like this, but he doesn't know Umar well enough, at least back then. He may know now, but he didn't know Umar well enough to know that he's nothing more than a scam artist and charlatan who has no intention of opening up a school. Yeah, I was trying to find that receipt, but I don't have it readily available. Okay, I know I do have it, but it was from I believe, yeah, it was from 2014. Anyway, there should be plenty of evidence of Umar working with children, and it should be online. There should be an online record of what school he's working at, because he still says that he is these days. None of that. I've yet to find that. And again, if anyone can find that information past 2010, 2011, please share it with me. And I'm not talking about compare charter school. Share it with me. You can email it to me and I'll cash app you. Okay, show me a picture of Umar where he's listed at a school, and he should be in the yearbook, online or otherwise, as the school psychologist. The school psychologist. Okay, I'll wait. All right, thanks, Mr. Hilton, for super chat. Real quick, Jason says, Lenon, we got to get back to the vandalism video. Umar claims you called the electric company. What? That's ridiculous. Okay, we're gonna get back to it. Okay, let's do this real quick. Thank you, JC Morgan, Tax Bay, for a super chat. I'm gonna do this real quick. SH Play said this guy is long way. Yeah, this is when Umar was running his mouth trying to get money out of people. But that's what he does. That's what con men do. They want to keep talking. The longer they talk, the more they can manipulate people to get money out of them. SH Play also said, do you think Umar's supporters pity him? Yeah, I think some do. In particular, I think the women do. I think the men are less lenient with Umar and have less pity for Umar, but I think the women do. I've said this in the past, and again, we got to get going. But let me just say this. I've said this in the past that there are women who see Umar like he is. He's a little boy. He's a little lost boy who does not know how to, who's not a man, who does not do manly things and is not responsible like a man, and in the real world cannot survive. So they pity him and they send him money. In some cases, they give up the draws. That's just, it is what it is. I said this a long time ago. Umar's core personality is little Jermaine. He's a little boy that's just lost. He doesn't know what he's doing, how to get things done, how to survive in the real world at the age of 50. Right? And there are women, they'll and I'm not even saying that they pick up on it consciously, but on the subconscious level, they may see him like a lost son who's trying, or at least it appears to be that he's trying. And so they want to help him out, but it's more of a pity thing than anything else. That's what and I've talked about this in the past. That's what I think. I think some of them send him money. It's like taking care of their own sons. But listen, women, it's not even black women, but women, you can't, what is the word? You can't coddle your sons for their whole life. See, and some of them think that Umar is their savior, and they're going to say he's going to save their sons. But really, what it is subconsciously they see Umar as their son, and they got to take care of him by sending him money, because subconsciously they recognize that he's lost. It's some twisted shit. It really is. But you can't coddle your sons for the rest of their lives. They will never become men, right? And Umar has never become a man. So, there's black women, they think that they're helping Umar. You're not. It's just you're enabling him to continue to be irresponsible like a little boy who's not grown into manhood and does not do manly things and is not responsible like a man should be. I mean, this guy does not, he hasn't, he's been homeless since 2019. Come on. He's live streams out of his mama's closet. He's collected over, since 2019, from 2019 to 2023, $1,618,354. And instead of turning these abandoned buildings into a school, he's turned them into his own personal storage space. And he put all of his belongings from when he got evicted in 2019 into the small gym and inside of that larger building. That's not manly. See, so yeah, I think that there are Umar Johnson supporters who pity him, more of the women than the men, because men, we tend not to, and I'm not trying to be like that. Okay, I don't want people to think that I'm sexist, and maybe I am a little bit. I don't know. It's just I have this sense that men, our job is to be of service. Okay, we're supposed to be the primary protectors and defenders, protectors, and providers for our families. Umar doesn't do that. But the other thing is that men who are raised with that mentality, okay, and I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm just saying this is how I think. That men who have that mentality, we're not going to be pitying another man. Fuck that. He needs to grow up. See, he needs to get on his 2 feet. And that's what I had to do too, huh? See. So we're not going to coddle. We're not going to. I don't do that with my own sons. No, they're doing wrong. They're doing wrong. They're doing right. I commend them for that, and I give them guidance, give them instruction on what they can do. They can, especially the older ones. They can take it or they can leave it. Okay, but if they don't take the advice, they don't take the wisdom, and then something happened and they don't like it, oh, that's on you. That's not on me. I already gave you my best advice. I mean, you grown, so you do what you want to do. I'm going to be here as your father. I'll give you my wisdom. You can take it or you can leave it. Either way, I'm gonna love you. Okay, but I'm not gonna coddle you. See, but there are Umar Johnson supporters, and women tend to do this. Okay, I'm not saying all y'all, but you sometimes you care too much, and I get it. Okay, because it's a balancing thing. right? But that's why Umar doesn't deal with real men. He focuses on women because he knows that women tend to be very supportive. Just, it ain't nothing wrong with it either, because it's part of what makes us attracted to you all, because you see things differently. Okay. And some men have that too, right? But most of us, we like, no, I'm not going to coddle you. What you did was you did this, A, B, and C. These are the consequences. You go just deal with the consequences. Okay. Next time, listen. But that's why Umar don't deal with real men. He focuses on women because he knows that he can manipulate and then get y'all into your emotions to where you feel as if you got to pity him and take care of him and blah, blah, blah. And now look, they done here come the violins. They done sabotage and vandalize, and now I need this and I need that. And then there's women that send him what he's asking for. They sent him draws. They've sent him tablets, cell phones, cologne, Gucci bags. The list goes on and on and on. Jackets, shoes. All right, I'm gonna leave it right there. Thanks, SH Play. Mr. Hilton says, I don't see how anyone looking at Umar's life can seriously believe he's fit to run a school or teach children anything. I'd question their judgment. Yeah, but Umar's a master manipulator. I'm gonna say this real quick. He's a master manipulator, and he, over the decades, he's crafted an image that his followers believe is real. So they believe he's a school psychologist. He's not. They believe that he cares about black people. He doesn't. They believe that he saved all these black boys from the school to prison pipeline. He hasn't. They believe that he's the most requested scholar. He's not even a scholar, let alone most requested. Some of them, real talk, they believe that he was a father to his daughters. They believe that. Sound crazy, doesn't it? For those of us who know his history. See, some of them doesn't even know that he had daughters because he never mentioned, never talked, because he don't have any experiences. He has at least 2 daughters. He has another child. I don't know the sex of the child. Okay, but he has 3 children, 3 baby mamas, bare minimum. Some people didn't even know he had children. What kind of father? See? But he crafted this image of himself. You know, I'm King Kong consciousness. I'm Big Papa. I'm Dr. Umar Johnson. You know, all this stuff. And over the decades, people start to believe all this. But if they look at his life, like his real life, and it's all out there, you realize very quickly that he's not who he claims to be. See? He's like a chameleon, just like Sauron, great deceiver, master manipulator, and rings of power. He morphs. He's a shapeshifter. Narcissists, they're like that. They'll shapeshift. Sometimes you see him in his dashiki, right? And sometimes you see him dressed all hood and shit, right? Sometimes you see him in a suit and tie, right? Sometimes you see combination. You have a dashiki on and them broke down jeans and some Nikes on, with a fitted cap. What kind of Pan Africanism? But that's what he does. So that's why there are people that they see. I don't even think that it's an issue of, well, no, it is an issue of judgment. I think that it's an issue of perception. That Umar has carefully crafted an image. I'm not fooled by it. Many of you guys are not. And people think that he's something that he's not. And that's how he's been able to manipulate people to get money out of people and exploit women for sex and get on podcasts and all this stuff. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's all out there too. People just have to do the research and understand the history and understand the timeline. Okay, thanks, Mr. Hilton. Real quick, SH Play says the 30-day break in that's a good one. The 30-day break-in saga. I'm gonna write that one down. The 30-day break-in saga. Okay, I'll put that. That's an option. Yeah, but it has to be vandalism, though, right? We have to incorporate vandalism. We'll figure it out over time, okay? But we got to incorporate vandalism in there. Thanks, SH Play. And then we have one of the OGs. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while, Hassa. Anytime I don't see you, I'll be worrying because Hassa's young. Hassa says that introductory class in graphic. Do I need to pull it up again? This is what she's referring to right here. This is the introductory class in graphic design. I know this is bad. This is so bad. Everything's all jumbled. There's 3 faces in there. There's a gorilla in the middle, Frederick Douglass on the side with a beard, and then Marcus Garvey. You can kind of make out Marcus Garvey's lips. Here's the other one. now that you put it that way, you're absolutely right. I don't know who did these. Okay, I would really like to know. And then here's the other one. All right. Thanks, Haas. I hope you're doing all right. Okay. Every once in a while, I'll be worried, but that's how I am. I'll be worrying about younger people anyway. That's part of my problem. That's why. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. I hope everything's going well with you. Okay, let's wind this down. We're going to go for 10 more minutes, and we should be able to get to through the second to last video, and then we'll come back tomorrow for sure. And we may have to start a little bit earlier, and we'll wrap all of this up for this 30-day break-in saga. Okay, we have to include FDMG, and we also have to include vandalism in that title. So we'll figure it out. Okay, thank you all so much. Let me just do a quick check on the poll. I did not mean for this live stream to go this long. The poll question is: should children be inside abandoned buildings with no electricity? We have 1,254 votes. 9% said yes, which is incredible. It's like 120 people said yes. You guys. 91% said no. That's Umar with his different accounts. He's trying to get them votes in. Okay, make sure you get your vote in. We're at 492 likes. If we get to 500, I'll play California Love. Okay, in fact, I'll cue it up because we should be able to get to it before we close out this live stream. Shout out to the Cooker Chat. Cooker Chat's undefeated. Thanks to all of the super chats. If you send the Cash App or PayPal, sincerely, I thank you. Okay, my Cash App and PayPal information is listed down below in the description of this video. Okay, let's finish this video up, and then tomorrow we'll come back and we'll finish up with the last video. Here we go.
The good news is that the Frederick Douglass High School electrical system was not as vandalized as the elementary school. So it's a larger school, but the system is much more intact. It's a larger school, but the system is much more intact.
He's lying. Furthermore, remember, it's not just the electrical, it's the plumbing over there. It's the gas lines over there. I'm sure the ceilings, HVAC system, ductwork, so forth and so on. Okay. Anyway.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Don't ask me another question about the school. Let me say this again. Don't ask me shit about the school again. I'm not answering no questions.
Damn. He just wants that money, but he don't want no transparency. Wow, this guy. Can you believe this?
Because we've been going through this for 6 years.
6 years and 4 months. Get it straight.
And y'all keep asking the same dumbass questions.
Here he go. Chris, he really is. This guy, effortless. What? Yeah. How's it going, DD? Boy, this guy, he's something else. Show me love. All right.
Bell, trying to put a dream in. To the step of this bed, that nigga who's screaming. To the from money and alcohol, the feed of the best five ball, the jump, and so on. To the body, the rhythm died. To the college, to the champion. That's right. What we do. The job is up to two. Give it a toe man. He's a low man. Like a slow jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. To the man, put it up on beat from Dre. To the root of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. The back down. Show me love.
Boy, Umar ain't got no shame. He really thought he was doing something too. All right, thank y'all for all of the likes. I appreciate it. We got to the goal. All right, let's wrap this video up, and then we'll be back tomorrow. Here we go.
That you already been given answers to. Y'all know y'all been sabotaging. Y'all know y'all been vandalizing. Y'all know y'all been throwing trash in litter.
Why is he saying y'all know y'all been? Like everyone is doing it. What is he talking about? This guy.
All on this campus. Y'all know y'all been sabotaging and undermining, talking about why the school not ready yet.
Yeah, that's his favorite word is sabotage. Other people sabotaging him, but that's the paranoia, but it's also narcissism. He doesn't want to hold himself accountable for anything.
With a steady barrage of sabotage. talking about why the school not up yet when you know why, because your ass keeps sabotaging.
What? He's talking to his supporters, right? Those are the people who are tuning in. What is this? What's going on here? This is crazy. This doesn't help Umar. So now it's all of his followers, they're sabotaging too. It don't. Does this make sense to anybody? Renee, please. Pennsylvania love, not love, love. This don't make no sense to me. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's way out there. What do you mean I pissed him off? What did I do? I ain't done nothing. Don't blame it on me. Don't y'all blame it on me. Y'all better not. Don't. I know it makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, he sabotaged. How's it going, Laces Out? Yeah, don't blame this on me. But right here, he's blaming his followers. That I don't understand that. That's crazy.
We had a YouTubian struggle streamer. We had a YouTubian struggle streamer, undercover booty bandit.
Here we go. Here we go. He mad. Umar mad. Let's see what he say.
Who called the electric company posing like me. Y'all know who he is.
What? Okay, I'm going to assume that he's talking that not because I'm a booty bandit, but because I actually had to look that up when he called me a booty bandit. He ain't the only one. What's the name called me a booty bandit too? Tip the Griff. That's why I just couldn't have her on like that, because unless she apologized, and maybe. So I'm going to assume that he's talking about me. It's not true. Okay, people believe what you want to. That's your business. It's not true. But what's really relevant is the fact that he's telling a story and he's saying that, I'm going to assume he's talking about me, that I've done, what did he say? That I've called the power company pretending to be Umar? What the fuck are you talking about? See, now I'm of the opinion, and this is how I do my shows, that if I make a statement, I'm going to provide a receipt to prove it to be true. Not a receipt that make it, prove something. No, it has to prove conclusively. So if I say that in 2010, Umar stated that the school would open September 11th. In January of 2010, Umar, he posted on his Facebook page and stated that the school would open September 11, 2013. What I can do is I can actually pull up a receipt that proves it to be true. This is from Umar Johnson's Facebook page. You guys can go find this yourself if you want to. So January 6, 2010, promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black boys, specialized in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorder. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend the grand opening September 11, 2013. You see, I can back up everything I say with a receipt, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a screenshot from his Facebook account or his Instagram page. It could be a video, it could be a podcast, it could be a radio interview. So it could be receipts from the IRS, right? It can be his child support docket. It could be information that I've looked up dealing with Umar's personal finances when it comes to tax liens. I can actually pull all that up and show it to you all. So I just want people to understand something. One of the differences between me and Umar is that I back up everything that I say, and everything that I say, unless I'm speculating or if I say I believe, whatever I say, you can take it as a fact, and I will provide the receipt. And if you're not content with that receipt, or it's not to your satisfaction, you can tell me that, and then I can see if I can find something else that further proves my claim. You know what I'm saying? I'll provide a receipt. But Umar doesn't do that. So when Umar says that, I'm going to assume he's talking about me. When he says that I called the electric company and that I pretended to be him, where's the fucking receipt for that? But see, Umar's a pathological liar. He's already in a mode. He's upset because the money's run dry. The vandalism that he showed inside of the larger gym, that's old. That could be from a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, potentially 5 years ago. I don't think so, but it could be a year, 2 years. But he's just bringing that out now because he wants to get people to send him money. He wants people to sympathize and feel bad for him and shit. But then he has to start spinning narratives. First, he's blaming you donors. He's blaming you Umar Johnson followers. And you guys know you've been doing this and you know you've been doing that. Right? Just like earlier on in the video, he was blaming the people in Wilmington that they didn't tell him that this vandalism took place. You see the pattern? But in addition to that, he's already upset. It's partly because the money's not coming in. He's already upset. So then he has to talk about people that's disrupted his money. And I'm him. Okay. See, the way I look at it is, it's not proper intellectually to go after a man's sexuality in order to debate his point, or points for that matter. Furthermore, one should not lie about another man or woman, for that matter, their sexuality, as a way to discredit them based upon the truth that they've been saying about Umar in this case. This makes sense? So, in other words, that if, in fact, let's say if Umar and I, if we sat down and did a live stream and point by point we debated, I wouldn't even bring up how he's a deadbeat. I wouldn't bring up how he's an absentee father. I wouldn't bring up child support. I wouldn't bring up baby mamas and how he impregnated one of the young ladies when she was in her early 20s. Excuse me, he was in his early 40s. I wouldn't bring up any of that. Okay, I wouldn't call him gay. Okay, is he gay? Is it possible? Yeah, but I have not seen any receipts that would prove that to be the case. So I wouldn't even go there. That's beyond the scope anyway. Okay. We would specifically deal with FDMG receipt point by point. I wouldn't go at him like that. But see, Umar, with the lack of intellectual process, and he can't fuck with me intellectually, he has to go to, okay, well, he's gay. Okay, that's juvenile. We should do that shit back when we was 15, 16 years old. Umar, you're 50 fucking years old. Grow up, man. Grow up. Okay? Now, let's set that aside. Umar, you are saying that I contacted the electric company and pretended to be you. Why would I do that? And pretend to be you? It don't even make any sense. Can someone explain to me what purpose would that serve? Now, I will tell you that there was a time when Umar had some electricity on in these abandoned buildings. And me, even back then, knowing that, I think it was in 2020, me back then, knowing that Umar was a pathological liar and a con artist, I told myself, wait a minute, let me verify that. Now, you see the difference? Just because someone says something doesn't make it true. Yesterday, someone said that Umar was dealing with trans people. Well, where's the receipt on that? Okay, just because you say it doesn't make it true. Now, could I have said, oh, well, that's true. Here's another example. And I had this information before anyone else. I just never reported on it, but there's people who reported on it as if it was factual. And because there's someone named Umar Johnson, same birthday as Umar, down in Atlanta, they got hemmed up with the cocaine charge. And there are people who were jumping out the window with that information after I had already had the information. Well, what did I do? I vetted the information. I looked into it, and you will find out if you do the research that that's not Umar. Okay, same name, but it's not Umar. Okay, now why is that relevant? Well, I could have used that as evidence that Umar, that he had a criminal record. So forth. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that. See, just because someone says something does not make it true. Same thing. I have an audio, and I can play it for you guys right now. Where a woman alleges that Umar SA'd her. Okay. Do I believe the woman? I actually believe the woman. Okay. But can I prove it? No, I can't. So I'm not going to put that out there. See? That's the difference between, that's called integrity. That's the difference between me and Umar. Okay. Now, the point that I want to get to is that if Umar, he's claiming that I called the electric company and whatever, for whatever reason, okay, where's the evidence? Where's the proof of that I did this pretending to be you, Umar? Provided. Never done it. Now, I did call up there years ago. I think it was in 2020. And I did research because there's three electric companies, at least in that area, that services different addresses. And I called all three, and I called the first two, and I said, do you have, because I had the addresses. I said, you service these addresses. I gave them the address. They looked at the first two, said, no, we don't service. It's probably Delmarva. I think that's what the company is called. You got to look it up yourself in Wilmington. So I called Delmarva. Okay. And when I talked with Delmarva, I asked him, do you guys service these three buildings over here? They said, yes, we do. I said, is there an active account? They said, no, there's not an active account. And I said to myself, wait a minute, Umar has electricity on up there. See? Now, did I have to pretend to be Umar to get that information? No. Any of y'all can do that tomorrow. Come. I ain't gonna say go do it. I ain't gonna do that. But you can do that tomorrow. But why does Umar have to concoct this big story? See? He has to do this because he's already upset and he has to blame someone else as to why, I don't know, why the sabotage, he's mixing and conflating shit. Why now he has to focus on the larger building, why it is that all of his personal belongings in the gym got paint, is that what this is? I don't get it. I really don't get it. See, but understand that Umar's not going to provide that receipt because he can't, because that's not true, right? But see, he prefaces this by trying to say that I'm a booty bandit. Okay, that's just juvenile, Umar. Okay, you can say what you can, but what you want to, but you can't prove that shit. All right. And furthermore, the reason why you do that is because you can't fuck with me intellectually when it comes to FDMG, and that's real talk. See, I said it a long time ago that you bitch made, and you still bitch made, because a real man, they wouldn't have to resort to that. We're going to go point by point, logic, reason, intelligence, critical thinking, and we're going to go through it. But you're not going to do that, okay? Because that's not what you're about. See, you're not intellectual, you're emotional. Last point before we finish this up, Umar, this is just emotionalism. You're emotionally unstable. You're upset. You're going at the people who are supporting you. You're going after the people in Wilmington because they're supposed to do something for you that is not their responsibility. You're telling people that they're the ones sabotaging. These are the same people that's sending you money. But then you got to go to the next level. Okay. Let's see what else this clown say. Hit the one. All right, here we go. And let me back this up just a little bit. Here you go.
Struggle streamer, undercover booty bandit.
He's so mad
about why the school not ready yet with a steady barrage of sabotage.
Maybe he thinks that I'm sabotaged. That I haven't.
Talking about why the school not up yet when you know why, because your ass keeps sabotaging. We had a YouTubian struggle streamer. Undercover booty bandit, who called the electric company posing like me. Y'all know who he is.
Okay, I'm assuming he's talking about me, not because he's calling me a booty bandit, but because he's called me that in the past. But the thing is that he probably watched the video, because I recently mentioned this, right? He probably watched the video where I talked about how I had contacted Delmarva. Well, I would have to see, because I would have to see when I did that and then cross-reference with when this video was done, because this video is from the 14th. I can't remember what video it was where I made that statement. He may be sourcing that from there. I don't think he's talking about anyone else, though. I know, because he's really upset, and I've been the one that has impacted his school scam, especially the money aspect, by exposing him as a fraud that he is. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
The undercover booty bandit, Dr. Umar hater #1. The undercover booty bandit. He called the electric company and the gas company posing as myself.
Okay, listen, if you're talking about me, Umar, I've never called the gas company. I don't even know what the gas company is. What are you talking about? This is what I mean by Umar with the pathological lying. See? Now, if you saw the video where I talked about, I called Delmarva to see if those 3 addresses, if they had active accounts, you can just state that, because I said I did that back. I think that was back in 2020. Just state that. Okay. But this whole idea about the gas, I don't even know what you're talking about. But see, that's what Umar does. He wants to spin this narrative. That's all it is. I'm gonna tell you something else, Umar. This is what I mean by you're not as smart as you think you are. In fact, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm more intelligent than you are. See, part of intelligence is also emotional intelligence. Part of intelligence is also being able to have your emotions in check. Now, I can go off on you, but when I'm going off on you, it's not like I'm mad. Okay, never. And oftentimes I'll go off and I'll start laughing. You see what I'm saying? Okay. The point that I want to get to here is that intellectually speaking, you're not coming from an intellectual space. You're coming from an emotional space. That's what this is. And you're upset. But see, that proves my point. A real man's not going to get to that. It's not going to allow themselves to get like that. But you do it time and time again. The SETI rant, the Zora rant, the pajama mama rant. We can put out a whole list. Okay, the Tariq Nasheed rant. Okay, that's what I mean. You're not as smart as you think you are. See. Furthermore, provide the receipt for anything that you're saying here. You never do because you don't have it. I can pull up a receipt for everything that I say when I say that things about you, unless I say I'm speculating here or I believe. Okay, here we go. But I've never called the gas company. Furthermore, what would be the purpose of disguising myself as you, Umar? What would that serve? Okay, that's just head movies. You're making this shit up. You're a pathological liar. And you're upset too. That's part of the problem.
Posing as myself.
And
so we had to get a private security clearance added to our account.
What are you talking about? Huh?
Because we got YouTubian struggle streamers. Like that booty bandit.
Poor Umar, he's so mad.
We got YouTubian struggle streamers sabotaging our accounts, brothers and sisters.
That doesn't make any sense at all. What does this? I don't know. Cookie Crush chat. It just makes no sense. No, he does have an account now. He does, but back in 2020, he didn't. And anyone could call up there and get that information back in 2020. I think what he's saying is, no, it just doesn't make sense. I'm going to go to head movie land real quick. I think what Umar, he's trying to, all of this is a false narrative, okay? But he's trying to spin the narrative that because I called up there, pretended to be him, and I'm going to assume he's saying for the electricity and for the gas. I never called for the gas. I don't even know what he's talking about. But because I called up there and I pretended to be him, furthermore, I never pretended to be him. Anyone could do that. And he probably could still do it. Okay. But what he's saying is because of that, he had to get special security measures put in on the account. What? So that other people can't call up there and ask about the accounts? So that other people can't call and say, hey, listen, I just want to see if there is an active account for this address, for the gas, and for the electricity. Umar, come on now. You're doing too much. It's just too much. But again, this is the narcissism. Umar does not want to hold himself accountable for the fact that he's a failure. And so he has to blame other people. And in this case, he wants to blame me. Okay, you can do that, but it's not manly. Okay. You can lie about my sexuality, but I can tell you one thing, you're not a man. Okay, I don't have to say anything about your sexuality. Okay, that's beyond the scope, in my opinion. Okay. Actually, I think it's moist to be talking about another man's sexuality like that, whether it's true or not. It's just not something. It's not the manly thing to do as a heterosexual. I'll say it that way. Okay, you can lie about it. Okay, but it's coming from a place of emotionalism. Okay, I'm not going to do that to you, Umar. Okay, but this whole narrative that you're spinning, okay, it's completely false. But that, and one last thing I want to say, maybe we finish this video up. In fact, we may even come back tomorrow and start at, I will finish this up, but maybe we'll come back tomorrow and we'll start in and around this part and we'll have more time to kind of talk about this stuff. But Umar, you're not as smart as you think you are either on this level, because when this video was posted, I think it was on 60 million views or on King Kong Conscious, maybe even both. When you were saying both of them, when you were saying booty bandit, a lot of people didn't know who you were talking about. And they kept asking, well, who is this? Who's this booty bandit? Right? And then there were people in the comment section, they say, oh, he's probably talking about LenonHonor. You should go and check him out. Right? And then what happens? You see the views? They went up. You're not as smart as you think you are. So you can keep running your mouth. But what it does is it brings more views, right? It brings more engagement. And like I've always said, that's what I mean by being intelligent. There's always a conversion rate. There's going to be a percentage of the people who were followers of Umar. And because you were talking that booty bandit shit, which is really inappropriate as someone who's supposed to be heterosexual, but I'm going to set that aside. And people were asking, well, who is this? And then there were people that said, oh, that's Lenon. That's LenonHonor. Go check him out. He's on YouTube. And they put my name, they typed my name in there. Someone was putting LenonHonor. Okay, that's fine. It should still come up. And they came over and they've been watching these videos over the last couple of days because you were running your mouth and you were emotional. See, and you don't have emotional discipline and you're not as smart as you think you are. And there's always a conversion rate. There's going to be a percentage of those people who come over here and the numbers jump that are going to realize quickly, and even some maybe not as quickly, that Umar, you're the problem and you're the scam artist. See, it's just you're not. You pretend to be intelligent, but you're not. I'll propose that the fact that you've been homeless since 2019 and that you had to move all of your belongings into the large building over there proves my case in and of itself, that you don't have intelligence. You definitely don't have wisdom. You're definitely not a strategist. Okay. But what I will do is I will continue, and there will continue to be a conversion rate. And over time always tells the truth. Okay. All right. All right. That's real talk. That's real talk. Okay, let's finish this up. Did I get to all? Yeah, I'm all caught up on super chats. Let's finish this up real quick within the next 10 minutes. I'm gonna try not to make commentary, but tomorrow we'll come back and we'll start in and around here, and I'll give even more analysis of this. Here we go. Shout out to Google Chat. Google Chat's undefeated. Here we go.
This is what they do, and y'all celebrate and cheer them on, and then you say, "Why the school not open yet?" And then you say, "Why the school not open yet?" Now.
It's because of you, Umar, and you see that jaw acting funny too. Did y'all see that?
Now,
see that?
With that being said,
another part too is I looked this up with the Coke jaw, is that the blinking, that's another aspect, because what I think, what I believe, because I can't say for certainty in this video, is that Umar's high right here. But if you guys look up Coke jaw, they talk about how there's certain substances and that jaw will start going like this, and it's uncontrollable. But then also there's this blinking that starts to take place too. Okay, you see this with Umar. Now let's keep going.
We're gonna try to get the electric cut on as soon as possible.
He's making this shit up on the spot.
I gotta go through this again.
See the jaw?
We gotta go through this again. So I'm going to bring some companies in and walk through the high school and see what kind of bill they're going to give us.
After 6 years and 4 months.
Because once we get the electric.
See, here we go. He's going to ask for money.
We can do the security surveillance.
Yeah, but Umar, I have you back in 2019, 2020, talking about you had security, but there wasn't any electricity on. In 2020, he did get some on. This guy, again, that's why you got to know the history of all this. He's a pathological, he's a con man. Still got 900 people in the building, which is awesome, especially for this time. But you see, Umar, you're not intelligent. See, you can call me Booty Bandit. See, you notice when he called me Booty Bandit, do I get upset about it? No, I say, okay, well, let's just break this down step by step. People can say whatever you want to, okay? That's your business, okay? But time always tells the truth. Anyone can say anything. They've even said things about Umar that weren't true, and I could have reported on it, but I ain't gonna do him like that. See? That's called integrity. Umar, he lacks that, okay? He lacks it, and he's not smart. He's not a strategist. He lacks intelligence. He really does. And in the absence of proper intellectual process, he has to go to the ad hominem, making up shit. And that's what he does, and false narratives. Umar, no one pretended to be you. What's the point of pretending to be you? What purpose does that serve? To call now, I did back in 2020, like I said, real quick. In 2020, I called the electric company. I called 3 of them, and I simply asked if they serviced these 3 buildings, and was there an active account? And it was Del Marva that said they serviced, and there was no active account. That was it. No big deal. Anyone could have done that back then. Now, Umar says he has security measures put in place, so I don't know if that's true or not. He's probably lying about it, but you guys could probably call up there and see if you can find out whether or not they have service. And it should say yes. And I think that he does have service up there at this point, an active account. See, I always give him credit. Anyway, he's a liar. And then when it comes to when he talks about the gas, that's just ridiculous. He's just doing too much. He's always doing too much. All right, let's go.
Once we get the electric on in the Frederick Douglass High School, we can get the security clearance on again.
Huh?
Okay.
What does that mean? We can get the security. Well, this guy, he don't know what he's talking about, but he high. That's part of the problem.
Once we get the electric on in the Frederick Douglass High School, we can get the security clearance on again. Okay.
On again.
So I'm going to look at the cameras. It's going to take me a while because the cameras are continuous record.
Okay.
The cameras are continuous record. So I have to look at all the footage because I don't know what day this happened. It could have happened yesterday. It could have happened 30 days ago. I don't know if this happened when I was in.
Yeah, you don't, because you ain't never up there. FBI gas clearance. What's up, Amber? Umar got to get that FBI gas clearance, family.
UCLA.
Yo, wow.
Shout out to my UCLA students. I don't know if this happened when I was at Manchester University in the UK. Shout out.
And I can call the local police department and see, but I ain't gonna waste my time. You know what I'm saying? If someone else want to do it, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna waste I ain't got time.
To my Manchester University UK students.
Yeah, Aries, he never.
I don't know if this happened when I was debating Elon Musk's father at Oxford University. Shout out to my Oxford University and Oxford Union African students. I don't know if this happened when.
Don't say that, Asia. It's just some of them they've been misled. It happens. Okay.
I was in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Shout out to the Ypsilanti family.
Asia,
I don't know if this happened when I was in New Orleans. Shout out to the New Orleans family. I don't know if this happened when I was at Chicago. Shout out to Chicago and the Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, Northeastern Illinois Africans. I don't know if this happened when I was at.
Here we go. This is roll call. By the way, the video before this, he ran his mouth for about 18 minutes. In this video, it's at about the 7-minute mark. I just want to outline that to people.
The cameras are continuous.
I'm sorry.
Because I don't know what day this happened. I don't know if this happened when I was in UCLA. Shout out to my UCLA students. I don't know if this happened when I was at Manchester University in the UK. Shout out to my Manchester University UK students. I don't know if this happened when I was debating Elon Musk's father at Oxford University. Shout out to my Oxford University and Oxford Union African students. I don't know if this happened when I was in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Shout out to the Ypsilanti family.
Yeah, right. You're absolutely right. I do surveillance investigations. It's not hard to do if you actually have a server active. Yeah. The other thing too is it's not like you have to watch all the footage. You can just because when I do notes on Umar, I'll put it on 2x speed to save time. So you know what I'm saying? For the documentary, it saves a lot of time. So you can put it on 2x speed, 3x, 4, 5, 6, probably even 10, and you just skim through over time. And at a certain point, you'll see if there's some vandal, you'll see them pop up, right? I mean, I'm sure they even have AI that'll do that shit for you. Okay, I'm sure of it. They say, okay, if something comes onto the screen, stop automatically. Okay, it's just coding. Okay, it's just AI and it automatically stop. I mean, Umar, you goofy. But see, he's still talking about typewriters and shit. Let's go.
I don't know if this happened when I was in New Orleans. Shout out to the New Orleans family. I don't know if this happened when I was at Chicago. Shout out to Chicago and the Jacob Carruthers Center for Inner City Studies, Northeastern Illinois Africans.
Exactly. Thank you, Walter. Start from where you see no damage and just jump a few days until you find the damage and you can rapidly narrow it down. Yeah, triangulation. I used to do this when I was a supervisor at a food warehouse and we had spills. Thank you. All right. You start at the beginning, you skip through until you see damage, and then you backtrack until you see no damage. You can do it the other way too, right? But the point is that you don't have to watch everything. Come on. Yeah. Umar, he got VHS tapes and shit. Yeah, furthermore, it happened a long time ago anyway. We ain't gonna get to that right now. Anyway, let's go.
I don't know if this happened when I was at Cleveland. Shout out to my Cleveland, Ohio. I ain't been on campus in a month, brothers.
Yeah, in a month. That's crazy. And you high. That's why you just ramming real. Okay,
I haven't been on campus in a month, brothers and sisters. So I don't know when this happened. And nobody even bothered to call me to tell me it happened.
See these children?
Peace, King. Good to see you, brother. All right now. Nobody even bothered to call me. Now, I did get a call from a sister from Wilmington.
Okay.
Shout out to all my Wilmington supporters. I love you, Wilmington, Delaware.
And he was just talking shit about him.
Shout out to all my Wilmington supporters. I love you, Wilmington, Delaware. Shout out to all my Wilmington supporters. I love you, Wilmington, Delaware. But I got a call from a sister from Wilmington, Delaware. about a week ago. I don't know if this has anything to do with the vandalism. Destroyed my 5,000 book collection that I have amassed my entire profession.
Okay, wait a minute. Why would they be calling you about that? How would they know that unless they gain access into the building? This is crazy. Yeah, notice he just ignores the children. He's supposed to be saving black boys.
Professional career. That hurt me in the heart.
Oh, cut it out, Umar. Cue the strings.
That hurt me in the heart. They spilled paint over everything.
That's old, Umar, and you shouldn't have had your belongings in there because you got evicted in 2019, so you moved all of your shit into the abandoned building. That's your fault, goofy.
They stole some things, but they did way more vandalism than theft.
Okay, where's the police report? I'm so tempted to call up there tomorrow and find out, but I ain't gonna waste my time. You ain't worth it.
Destroyed everything in there, brothers and sisters. Now we got to clean up the gym for the third time.
Wait a minute. You got to clean up the gym for the third time. What are you talking about? Let me show you all. Matter of fact, while I pull it up, this is what it looks like now, allegedly, according to Umar. You got to clean it up again. Wait a minute. Back in April 20th of 2019, it looked like this.
Douglas Marcus Garvey Academy, Fred Douglass Building. I'm gonna let you some of the scholars at E5 tuned.
Look at this. Why would you have to clean it up the first time? It was already in decent condition. Look.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power. Black power.
You know what I mean?
See this?
Black power. Black power.
Up in there.
Yeah, baby.
Hit the one. This is back in April of 2019. See, there was no reason to clean it up in the first place. Look at this. See, but what happened was when Umar gets evicted in 2019, towards the end of 2019, he moves all of his shit inside in here. And that's why you see, when you look at this vandalism that took place, I'm going to say it took place a year, 2 years, maybe even 3 years ago. You see his belongings, his personal belongings in here. See, he's working backwards. See this? See, all this stuff, none of this was in there. Look way back against that wall, too. You see all that trash and stuff packed up against the wall? See this? This is all his personal stuff, including this big back TV right here. Y'all see the TV? I know I showed it, but for people who weren't here earlier. See that TV down there? That's that big back TV. Let me pause it. I'll pause it on it. See that? Okay. And if you understand the Umar Johnson timeline and you've done the research, all you would have to do is go back in time to Umar Johnson when he flipped his phone, and you can see that same TV when he had his own residence prior to getting evicted. You'll see that same TV over there in the corner. Look.
My thing is FDMG
See it over there?
at gmail.com. FD.
See that TV over there? See, and he was living in filth back then. So he ruined the gym by putting all of his belonging in there when he gets evicted in 2019. And notice he has books and stuff back here. Okay, these are the books that are in the gym. He had picture frames in there. Well, he has pictures on the wall. Okay, people just listen. That's what I'm saying. I can pull up receipts to back up everything that I say. So the point is that when Umar says we have to clean it up again, listen, it was already when he purchased it, relatively speaking, that gym, that large gym, it was in decent shape. But see, over the years, he's just continued to put his shit in there. He's a hoarder, right? And just throws more and more stuff in there, and then it gets vandalized. It was years ago that it got vandalized. He just pulls it out now because he wants to get money out of people. And then now here we are. He's saying we got to clean it up again. No, you're the one who what's the word? I don't want to say dirtied it up. You're the one who dirtied it up in the first place. What's the word for that? We got to clean it up again. See, Umar, he's something else. But see, that's why you have to know the history. You Umar Johnson followers, see, if you don't know Umar's history and you haven't engaged in the research necessary in order to identify these things, you would say, okay, yeah, those are books. And then there are people who say, well, why does he have these important books in here? There's no AC. They're unsecured. These buildings are unsecured. Why would he put them in here with dusk and who knows what else is up in there? Black mold for sure. I know that. Why would he put him? Well, that's because if you know his history, he got evicted in 2019. I showed the paperwork a couple of days ago. He just and steadily over time, because he's a hoarder, he just puts more and more and more of his shit in there. Now all of a sudden he needs to clean it up again. It was already fine from the beginning. Look.
All right. Just excited to get the young boys in and get them out.
Look at the background. This is the same building, the large gym. See this? Umar went from this in April of 2019.
Indeed, y'all. We inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus.
Nice and clear to storing all of his personal shit in there because he got evicted. He went from that in April of 2019 to now June 14th of 2025 to this. Y'all make it make sense. I'm gonna let this play one more time, and then we'll finish this up with the other video. There's only about 4 minutes left on that. I apologize for going longer today. I wasn't planning on it, but it is what it is. Shout out to Good Crush Chat's undefeated. Got still have 900 people. See, Umar, you're not as intelligent as you think you are. You know, the thing is, see, Umar, when he calls me a booty bandit, people are gonna ask questions. But see, it also shows another thing, that he's a coward because he's not gonna speak my name directly because he knows that people are gonna really find me then. See that? You're a coward. That's not manly. You're going to talk that talk. You know, come on. You ain't got to be doing all this. Well, you know, there's a booty bandit, undercutter, all this thing. You ain't got to do all that, bro. Let's say it's LenonHonor. See, you was big and bad back in the day when you was running your mouth. Remember that? LenonHonor and our pull-up team, and we need to get him, and I want my guys to my pull-up team. He called the pull-up team. And here's his address. Gave my address out. You was big and bad then, right? You ain't nothing but a punk. Real talk. That's what we used to call it, marshmallow punk back in the day. You're a coward. Because you did that, I said, okay, you can run your mouth. We're gonna keep going with this. And here we are now in 2025. But I ain't gonna do you like that. But you scared to say my name now, boy, homeboy. Real talk. I don't mean to go at you like that, but it's real talk. See, that's one thing. When we were growing up, we knew the difference between someone who was a punk and a real one. Umar, you a punk. You always been a punk. That's why you won't even say my name. See, you'd rather say, call me a booty bandit. See, but that goes to show you that you're a coward in the first place. But keep running your mouth, because more and more people coming over and more people are seeing the truth. And we're going to be back tomorrow with some more of this expose. All right. All right. Let's finish up with this video. Now you notice I ain't mad. Okay. I'm just speaking my speech. See? Umar, though, he mad. All right. Here we go.
Congress. This is the third time we've had to go through this. I used to hire security to sit outside the school, but most of the time they didn't even do their damn job. They would be.
Yeah, but it was just someone off of the street that he did that too. I remember, and I couldn't find the video. Nappy Yankee has it. Maybe I could email him or something. I don't even think I have his email, but he has it. But I was looking for it yesterday.
Home sleeping, telling me they at the school, and then I would do random pop-ups, and they wouldn't even be out here.
Well, get some professionals.
This is why. Yes, sir. Yes, we own the school, young brother. What's your name, Prince? What grade you in? You don't know your grade?
Here we go. Here we go. Watch this. I haven't heard the audio, but I have to skip through this to blur these children out. Umar took this video down too, by the way, from his Instagram page, but someone was able to capture it, and I was able to get a hold of it.
You're about to go to the third. What grade you in, Prince? Fifth. You in the 5th grade?
That's my brother.
Okay, y'all brothers, y'all look alike. So you're about to go to the 3rd, you said? Yes. So when we open up this school, it's going to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right? So 4th grade, you might be here, right? 4th grade, you might be here. You're going.
Man, how he gonna lie to these kids like that? Umar, come on, man. You gonna lie to these kids? What kind of man? And remember, like I said in the beginning, I mean, I apologize, y'all. I thought we were gonna do 2 hours. That is what it is. I love y'all. Okay. Remember I was saying earlier, opportunity cost, and the report that was put out by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. I provided the link earlier. Let me see if I still have it saved here. No, I don't have it there. The Environmental Protection Agency, and how they did an area-wide analysis and put together an area-wide plan. Here's the link right here. If anyone wants to look into this, you can go to page, in that document, you can go to page 7. And what the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, what they suggested the city do, Wilmington, was to demolish these buildings. Look. Here you go. I showed this earlier. You Umar Johnson files, you guys go. I've just put the link in there. You guys should go and read through this. And you don't even have to read all of it, but read, take the time. This is part of the research. I've read through the whole thing. 85 pages. It's called the Northeast Brandywine Riverfront, U.S. EPA, United States Environmental Protection Agency, Brownfields Area-Wide Plan, Wilmington, Delaware. And you see that what's highlighted here? Okay, this is where these abandoned buildings, it's in this area. And if you just scroll down, you can read through this, what's on here too, but we're just going to scroll down here to the Callis Brownfield sites. 4 Callis Brownfield sites were the focus of this reuse and planning effort, and through the AWP planning process, additional smaller scale potential brownfield sites were identified. The 4 Callis Brownfield sites are the Diamond State Salvage Site, excuse me, the Wilmington Maintenance Yard, the former Wiley Court site, which is right down the street from FDMG, and then the Moyer School property. And if you read through this, it says, and I know I did it earlier, but real quick, I'll read it quickly. This complex of buildings is located on 2 separate parcels divided by 17th Street. The school is closed and the buildings are vacant, boarded up, and blighted. Portions of the property were previously owned by Hercules Inc., a chemical business, which included the largest of the 3 buildings. Okay, that would be where these Umar stored all of his stuff. The large gym, that was a chemical. It was part of a chemical plant, right? It was a chemical business. Which included the largest of the 3 buildings, although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP, in other words, no inspections have been taking place in terms of environmental aspect of this. That's a problem in of itself. Remember, they sat for 4 years before Umar acquired them. They've been sitting for another 6 years, so 10 years altogether. The AWP proposes one possible option, which includes the acquisition of Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club, which is right next door. They provide services to the kids. I'm sure the kids that are in this video that we're watching now, they probably go to the Boys and Girls Club. The Boys and Girls Club provide lunch sometimes and breakfast sometimes and different things for them to do, right? that long-term proposal, including raising the existing buildings for a new outdoor recreational facility. In other words, tearing these buildings down, what Umar calls FDMG, and then building a new outdoor recreational facility associated with the club, meaning Boys and Girls Club, giving them one continuous campus. So this would have been of benefit to the children in that neighborhood. The opportunity cost. Umar comes in, acquires these abandoned buildings. This is now off of the table, and he's been holding on to these abandoned properties for 6 years and 4 months and hasn't done anything with them, hasn't educated not one black boy or black girl, has not provided any services to that community. And in essence, he's taken away the potential of these children having a new outdoor recreational facility associated with the Boys and Girls Club. In mid-March 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of the site recently changed. That would be Umar. Due to this recent property transfer, coordination with the new property owner is not reflective as part of the area-wide plan. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions, and no formal plans have been submitted to the city for the property. Any new plans for this property can be incorporated into future development, and we do note that this is a vision plan and nothing is set in stone as to what may actually happen with any of the ideas expressed through this lengthy planning process. And if you guys have some time, go ahead and look through this and read through this. You know, there's areas where the ground is so toxic that they suggest that no buildings are built on the land. Instead, that it be paved over and turned into a parking area. Okay, this is a major issue. I've done research into Wilmington, Delaware, too. It was, historically speaking, it was an industrial town. In fact, those buildings, they're listed, that Umar had acquired in February 2019, they're coded as light industrial. That's a problem in and of itself. Okay, that's what I'm saying. People do the research. I'll put a link in there. I'll put it again one more time. When you have some time, take a look at this. It'd be well worth the read. Okay, the point is that Umar took that away, that potential to have this to turn all that property into something that's going to benefit this community. And instead, he's been sitting on and benefit these children. Instead, he's been sitting on these properties and haven't provided not one service. He's taken something that could have been very beneficial to these children. He's taken it away. And still, to this day, there's still no school, right? Okay, we're going to finish this up now. By the way, this right here, this goes to show you that they had a plan. And furthermore, not only did they have a plan, this right here, see this is the Boys and Girls Club field. Here's the Boys and Girls Club. This area right here, this is where these abandoned buildings, they sit on these right here. Can I zoom in? Yeah. See, again, the other thing too is a lot of gentrification. I don't know if you guys can see this. This is the Boys and Girls Club right here. Umar, these abandoned buildings are right here. And I think that there's a street right here that goes through. But what they were suggesting is to tear the buildings down. In other words, and it's the street right here, probably. As you remember, yeah, I think that's right. Tear the buildings down and then set up a new Boys and Girls Club field. They do have a field over there already, but they just basically want to expand this, make it bigger. But Umar took that away. Can you imagine? That would have been awesome for these kids. All right, here we go.
To the 6th. Oh, you're going to the 6th grade. We might not catch you until we in this building, the high school. And to my young princesses, we will be opening up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy for young princesses as well.
You just lying to these kids?
So it's going to be boys first, and then it's going to be girls. So all y'all might one day be students at the school. Say that again. Some people just went and win. When?
Just like a minute.
You saw somebody walk in this building?
I want y'all to think about this. They saw people walking in the building. It sounds like they said about 15 minutes, 25 minutes.
Walk in this building. What door?
They go.
When and win. When? Some people just went and win. When?
Just like a minute.
Yeah, it sounds like they said 25 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. Let me go back one more time. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Let me know.
Yeah. Some people just went and win. When?
Just like a minute.
It sounds like they're saying 25 minutes. And I want people to think about something. This is why in the beginning of this live stream, I outlined that Umar, that he recorded another video prior to this, and that's this video right here.
Adam.
Okay, he starts by drinking water. And this video goes on for 18 minutes. And then the next video that we're watching.
You saw somebody walk in this building.
The child says 25. This is 11 minutes. If you add 8, this is what I mean. Okay, this is how I do my shit. If you take 18 minutes when Umar started that first live stream, it went for 18 minutes. And then at this point, we're 11 minutes into this video. We can add those two together and we get 29 minutes. It sounds like these children are saying about 25 minutes ago. They could be saying 35 minutes. Either way, it's still close to 29 minutes. The point that I want to make is that Umar has been running his mouth for 29 minutes and didn't even realize that there are children inside of the abandoned building behind him. Y'all see my point? Hit the one. He's standing there the whole time, right? Okay, maybe I'm wrong on that. Okay, and how I can verify that, this is what I mean by the forensics. How I can verify that is to go back to the initial video. Yeah, Umar, he's still standing. He's standing on that side of the street. In other words, let me be clear about this. Where his white rental car is, that's the small school. That's why he has the signage. On the larger building, there's no signage. It still says J. Moore over there. Okay. So Umar, he stands there in this video and runs his mouth for a total of 18 minutes. He stops that live stream and then starts another live stream, which is this one. And he runs his mouth for another 11 minutes for a total of 29 minutes. And he's unaware for that whole time that there are children inside of the building behind him. Abandoned building, no electricity, no inspections taken. Could be asbestos in there, black mold, I'm sure. That's the same building that Umar showed where there's vandalism that looks years old, in my opinion, where there's glass all over the place. All of his shit is in there. It's just a bunch of shit. Look, this is where they're playing in. And they're in there for at least 29 minutes, and Umar does not even know that. Right behind him, where he's running his mouth. They're playing in here. So you notice we don't see footprints with paint, none of that stuff leading out the door. See that? For 29 minutes. Oh, I mean, it's just nuts. Totally nuts. Now, let's go back and see what happens. Here we go.
Prince, you in the 5th grade?
That's my brother.
Okay,
y'all
y'all brothers, y'all look
go for
alike.
5
So
more minutes. We'll be back.
You're
We'll
about
be back
to go to the
tomorrow
3rd,
live
you
stream.
said.
Shout out to Cook
So
Chat.
when we open up this school, it's going to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right?
Yeah, it does.
So 4th grade,
right.
you might be here, right? 4th grade, you might be here. You're going to the 6th. Oh, you're going to the 6th grade. We might not catch you until we in this building, the high school. And to my young princesses, we will be opening up the Anna Douglas Amy Garvey Academy for young princesses as well. So it's going to be boys first, and then it's going to be girls. So all y'all might one day be students at the school. Say that again. Some people just went and win. When? You saw somebody walk in this building.
It sounded like they said 45 minutes. Either way, it's still consistent with how long Umar been running his mouth. Okay, so they say that there are children in there.
What door?
They gonna come out here.
No. Nobody walked in this door. I've been here the whole time.
No.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Oh, they walked in that door.
Oh, they went in another door. There's another door that's open. Remember I said earlier that there were 3 doors? Okay.
Here. They can come through that door.
So y'all been seeing the people who've been breaking into the school?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Yo! Excuse me. Get out that school. Yo! Come.
Oh man, this is crazy. This is so crazy. Umar does not have a grasp on this situation up there. He's not in control. He doesn't have proper security. And it's not just the fact that the children are in there in the first place. It's the fact that he can't keep them out of there. They have no business being in there. It's a look, real talk, it's a death trap. Ain't no telling what could happen to these babies up in there. Umar, boy, it's a damn shame. He has no control over this. He done raised bare minimum $1,618,354 from 2019 to 2023 just by looking at his IRS filings. And he can't even secure these buildings so that the children are not in there and potentially harming each other or getting harmed by who knows else, who's in there, who's hiding in there, who's living in there, who's smoking crack in there, doing meth, having sex in there. He can't even secure it to keep the children safe from being up in there.
Now, this private property, I need y'all off.
I didn't go.
Okay, my brother, I believe you, young prince. I need you out. I need you out of here. This is a school. This is a school, young people.
No. It's not a school. It's an abandoned building. You look goofy, Umar. You're proving my point. He's telling me it's a school. No, they don't see it as a school. They see it for what it is, abandoned building. And that's what happens. They're unsecured abandoned buildings. People going to get in there, including kids, and they're going to vandalize. They're going to, that's what happens.
This is a school.
Oh, my God. These children are coming out of there, jumping down the steps, trying to get away.
Young people, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, family? What are we doing? Let me find out. It's the little people. Let me ask you a question. All right? Y'all go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day. It's okay, kid. You're all right. You're all right, my brother. Don't worry about it. We're about to get the locks changed right now. I'm waiting for my locksmith to show up.
Boy, this is crazy.
We're going to change the locks. Somebody broke in. We're going to change the locks. Sister, I need you to turn that camera off. Nothing's funny. Turn it off.
What? I'm gonna let it finish because we're gonna come back. We'll have to pick it up earlier on in this, maybe halfway through, and I can go in, but I'm gonna let it go for now. Goodness.
And I need y'all to move on. You can't hang on this block.
It's public property. I mean, the street is public, Umar. The sidewalk is public, and you can record wherever you want to. It's ridiculous.
Excuse me? I need y'all to go, or I'm gonna call the police.
You gonna call the police on these kids? You're the one who has these buildings unsecured, Umar. Why can't you hold yourself accountable for once? You gonna call the police on these kids? You're the adult. You should have these buildings secured. Like I said in 2019, you should have a fence erected that surrounds the whole property on both sides of the street with mesh where people can't see through and to keep the children out. You raised $1,618,354 since 2019. You could have done that. You should have been sitting on $850,000 after you acquired these abandoned buildings in 2019. Erect the fence and keep the children out of there. Keep the homeless people out of there. Keep the drug addicts out of there. Keep the prostitutes doing their, working and shit. Keep them out of there too. But you're gonna call it. See, and Umar's the one that always talking shit about the police. He's the one always talking about the school to prison pipeline. Well, shit, this sounds like a school to prison pipeline to me. If it's a school like you call it. He's so contradictory. He's a hypocrite. Like it's these kids' fault.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do a street smart poll thing.
Yeah. And I don't think it was the kids who broke in. They're not brilliant enough to do that because somebody.
This guy's goofy.
They had to rip the wood off, Jimmy the door. I think it was the drug addicts.
Which would be you. Goofy.
I mean, we have issues on the street.
Yes, sir.
More towards the 900
Understood.
block.
Understood.
So this is like the first time in like a minute that I've ever
Okay.
called out here.
Yeah, we've been. We ain't had no issues.
Wait, what's going on here? Is he talking to the police now? Did they edit this? It sounds like he's talking to the police. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an edit. See, Umar, you don't hear the children. You see how edits just listen to the audio. You hear the children talking, you know, they're leaving, and you hear, and then all of a sudden you don't hear them anymore because they're not there anymore. Umar did he don't call the police.
Excuse me? I need y'all to go, or I'm gonna call the police.
It sounded like he said, call the effing police. Them kids ain't playing. He sure did. Badass kids. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to lighten the mood because this is some sad shit. Badass kids said, call the fucking police. I don't give a shit. Wow.
Excuse me? I need y'all to go, or I'm gonna call the police.
Damn. This is wild. Them kids, boy, they ain't playing. He said something. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking to the police right here. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, Tori. Yeah. This is real talk. That's a baby kid. That's what it is. They get a baby kids. Boy, black people funny. That's a baby kid. That's all it is. They ain't playing no games. Umar don't know what to do. Umar a damn snitch. He always been a snitch though. I can pull up the receipt because there's an article of Umar in the newspaper in Philadelphia when he snitched on somebody who had robbed the bank. I have it. I have the receipts on that. That was back when he was, I think he was 19. Umar is a snitch. He's a black conscious. He's a black conscious snitch. All right. Yeah. So yeah, he did. He called the cops because if you listen carefully, this is an edit. The cops show up, and Umar, you can hear the cop talking to him because that's the thing. I thought it was a parent or something, but if you listen to what the people are, what the cop is saying, you hear. I think he said something. I could be wrong, but I think I heard him say something like, you know, when we come out here, we've come out here before, something like that. This is the police. Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do street smart bull thing.
Yeah.
Special thing.
And I don't think it was the kids who broke in. They're not brilliant enough to do that because somebody had to rip the wood off, Jimmy the door. I think it was the drug addicts.
I mean, we have issues on the street.
Yes, sir.
More towards the 900
Understood.
line.
Understood.
So this is like the first time in like a minute that I've ever
Okay.
been called out here.
Yeah, we've been.
Yeah, he said this is the first time in a minute that I've been called out here. Umar called the police on these kids. Damn. School to prison pipeline. Damn, Umar. Yeah, that kid was like, take me to jail, throw away the key. I don't give a shit. I already been to baby jail. That's what my cousin used to say. They said, I'm gonna call the baby police. You going to baby jail. All right. Let me do these super chats. There's about 30 seconds left to that video. We'll play that. Then we'll end out. We'll close out with Snow Bunny Love. We'll be back tomorrow to finish that final video. Thank you, Kiara, for the super chat. User 225 says, wouldn't surprise me if the cams aren't even on. It's possible. It's possible. He may just have it up there for show because he would have to have them connected either to the cloud or, you know, some sort of storage device inside of the building. I highly doubt he would have it in the building. And he should. He should have it on the cloud. It's safer that way. I don't think there is footage. I really don't. I don't think that there's any footage, but he wants to throw that out there. We're going to see. What we're going to do is we're going to hold Umar accountable, and particularly when he talks about, and I don't think he will do anything, but when he talks about he needs to start renovating with the large building. Okay, we're going to hold him accountable. Let's see if he actually does that. He's going to ask for money. He's asked for money in order to do that, but let's see if he actually follows through. And we see him in there where he's actually starts renovating over there in those abandoned buildings, the larger school. If he does not do that, and I'm talking about consistently where we see progress over time, then that should be conclusive proof that Umar's intention was not to renovate over there. The intention was simply to get money, which is consistent with what he's been doing with the other side of the street now for 6 years and 4 months. More evidence to prove my case. All right. Thanks, user 225. Eastby says, great show. Thank you so much. I hope everyone enjoyed the show. I actually did. I didn't mean for it to go this long. I want to thank everyone before we watch this last 30 seconds to close out. I want to thank everyone who tuned in to this live stream. Also want to thank everyone who sent in super chats, including you, Eastby. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you sent in super stickers, thank you so much. Or PayPal or Cash App, thank you so much. PayPal and Cash App links are listed down below inside the description of this video. Also want to thank the mods for handling business. I appreciate y'all and everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Thank y'all so much. If you enjoyed the show and you haven't hit that like button, go on and hit that like button. We did reach our goal during this live stream, so I appreciate it. But if you haven't hit that like button, go on and hit that like button. It'll help with the algorithm. Okay. Andre sent me a reminder for tomorrow. Okay. Side-by-side video clip with the gym. Yeah, I'll have it, Andre. Thank you so much. Real quick, SH, and thanks again, Eastby. Appreciate you. SH Play says Umar needs videotape research funds to get to the bottom of this. Yeah, he probably has it on VHS anyway, knowing Umar. It's just ridiculous. It would not, if Umar had the video footage while he's away for 30 days, if he has the video footage, first of all, the camera, or at least one of the cameras, would have to be pointed in the direction of the abandoned building, and in particular, the door that was so-called broken into. That's number one. And we're almost done. Y'all give me 2 minutes. Secondarily, Umar would, the video of this should be accessible by Umar, whether that is on a data server in the building, which I highly doubt he has, or if he was, had it up on the cloud, he has a service where it's uploaded to the cloud. Then he would have to access that data, and then he would have to sit and watch through it. But the truth of the matter is that there's different ways that he can go about doing it. Someone mentioned it earlier, wherein he doesn't have to watch all 30 days worth of video footage. Right, you just skip through the video footage, and you just skip through to where you actually see the door being damaged, or again, he doesn't have any video cameras inside of the actual gym, but you would have to be able to find people going in and out, and you could skim it. I mean, AI could do that actually these days, but you find where there's a difference where you see people going in and out, and then you stop there, and then you rewind from there and go back to where you keep seeing people going in and out until you see, okay, no one's going in and out anymore. And that's when you would be able to determine when it was. You just go back to the last one where they went in, and okay, well, that's when this actually started. But it's really a moot point, because the idea is Umar does not have a control over the security up there, and he never has had control over the security up there. And it's been 6 years and 4 months. That's crazy. 6 years, damn. Right? So at this point, Umar, he wants more money. It's not about opening up a school. SH Play, it's not even about getting to the bottom of this, because the truth be told, the so-called sabotage and the so-called vandalism inside of that larger building, that took place a long time ago. That's old. He's just showing it now, because at the end of the day, what this is about is trying to get money out of people. Okay. Now, real quick, will Umar get some money out of people by going through these shenanigans? Yeah, he will. It's not going to be like it used to be, but he's going to come up on a little bit of money. Yeah. But after the money comes through, and we see Umar is not consistently up there with the renovations of the larger building, we can then again prove my case that it was always about the money. It was never about renovations. It was never about opening up a school. It's just trying to find another way to manipulate people into giving him money. And that's what we've seen consistently. That's what the research shows. That's what the forensic shows. That's what the video shows, the podcast, the IRS filings, so forth and so on. Again, when I do my research and when I present my research to people, it's based upon what I have found, not based upon what someone else has said or what someone else has speculated. And when I speculate, I say I'm speculating. When I say I believe, that means I don't know this for sure. But when I say something definitively, I have a receipt to back it up. Umar does not. And see, Umar should have the receipt video, because he said he has it at some point in the near future. He should have the receipt that shows that people broke in there and did this so-called sabotage, and they were in there vandalizing the school. Okay, let's see if it actually happens. I highly doubt it. Okay. All right. Thanks, SH Play. Thanks, East B. Thanks, user 225 and Kiara. And then the Geek Surgeon says, Black Queens forever, no cameras never. And that's real talk. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me play this here. There's about 30 more seconds to this, and then we'll play Snow Bunny Love. We'll be back tomorrow to finish up with the third and final video where Umar is talking outside of these bandos, and that will end this the 30-day Black break-in saga. We got to put in their vandalism somehow. Okay, thanks, the Geek Surgeon. Here we go.
We ain't had no issues. We haven't had any issues.
He's talking
since
to the police.
2021, I want to say. And then all of a sudden,
he had issues 2 months ago with someone vandalized the mural. Yeah, was it 2 months or 4 months? I can't remember. I think it was 2 months ago. I played the video 2 days ago.
For 30 days, and I'm back. And the children have found out it was open because they've been running around in there. So I don't know when it had to happen within the last 30 days.
Gotcha.
You know, because 302.
See, he talked to the police. Damn. See, that's probably why Umar he took this off of the internet, but someone got it. He caught the police on these children. So he's such a hypocrite. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and hit it, please. That'll help with the algorithm. This is another classic, and I appreciate you all's presence here during this live stream. I apologize for going this long. We'll be back tomorrow. We may try to start a little bit earlier tomorrow, and it'll be a shorter show for sure. I just want to get through that last video so we get all caught up. And who knows where this Umar Johnson saga goes next. One thing I can say for sure is that he's a con man, and that's what the receipts show. And we'll continue to expose Umar as the fraud that he is. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Okay, Cookie Crush, that's undefeated. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being consistent, coming on through and showing up. Thanks to everyone who's supportive of the channel, whether that's through Cash Apps, PayPal, or through Super Chats. I appreciate that as well. Life with Shaq says, seems like the kids don't respect him as an authoritative figure. Yeah, they don't. Okay, but they don't know him, and he hasn't done anything up there after 6 years and 4 months. Really, 6 years and 4 months. Yeah, 6 years and 4 months. Crazy. They look at him as a Pookie, and you're right. That's what they see him as. Because anyone who doesn't know who Umar is, they're going to assume that he's a Pookie. Well, first of all, he's a Pookie, but they're not going to say this is a principal or that this is a school psychologist. This is someone who's out here yelling and screaming in his phone, waiting on the plug, playing with his nose, so forth and so on. That's how they see him. And there's plenty of other people in that community that are like that. They know what they see. So they don't associate Umar with being a school psychologist or a school principal or vice principal or the most requested scholar or any of the bullshit that he says that he is. They see him as a Pookie. They have no respect for him. They don't know who he is. He's just someone, a random person in the neighborhood walking through, just like a transit would walk through or a Pookie or a drug addict walk through, so forth and so on. That's how they see him. That's real talk. How will he be a school principal in that area? We'll leave it at that. Man, thank you for the super chat. He don't even have the disposition to talk to children. You see how he behaves, how he talks to them? He doesn't have the temperament. Man. That's why he's not professional at anything. You get training for that. Talk to children, deal with children, even when they're acting up, but not Umar. He's such a fraud. Thank you, Life with Shaq, for the super chat. All right, thank you guys again for tuning on in. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream, and as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, Black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna turn this down as I give shout out to the people in the Cookie Crush chat. Hope you enjoyed the show. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Yeah, you right about that. They know what it is. Right on, Goldberg. I know what you're talking about. What's up, Officer Kingstonian Officer 2? Yeah. Pretty brown eyes. Yeah, they do King Coast. KO. It's my fault. Okay. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Big flag. Yeah, thank you, Miss Independent, for tuning on in. Yeah, Umar, stay witness. You know, the term stay witness. Thank you, Fry Guy, for tuning on in. Appreciate you. And thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. And you're so welcome. Yeah, Sharif, you're right about that. All right. Oh, let's see if we get to 600. 11 more likes. Thanks, Renee. Thanks, Guy. Mo, yeah, he has said that there will be. Yeah, he has. Umar needs gifts. Umar to the informant. Yeah, thank you, EC. Jimmy Gambus.
Crush.
Officer Tunde was on patrol, y'all. What's up, Joshua? Shout out Sacramento. Enlightened Day. Thanks, Information Man, for tuning on in. Salute, sir. One of my homeboys. Thank you, appreciate you. Sacramento, the Deep Surgeon, the Great Pill Podcast, Mo B, Key Logic, thank you, DH. 100% Real Man Sabotage. That's Umar's favorite word. Oh, you're so welcome, Renee. Thanks for tuning on in. I appreciate it. Stay up. Thanks, SH Play. Good night to you too. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll be back tomorrow with a live stream. When did I have proof Umar is lying? It was the Power Rangers. That's wild. That sounds like something Umar said. All right, thank you for being here too, Devon. All right, James, salute. Thank you so much for all your help. Appreciate you, King of the Blacks. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. John, thank you again. Pierre Land, everybody else. All right, we'll be back tomorrow with a live stream. It'll be a shorter one. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. I want to thank everyone, too, again, for tuning on in. And thank you for all the support. Okay, I really do appreciate it. Okay, I really do. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. Love y'all. Y'all take care. Peace.